everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. Tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be
Hello, hello, and welcome. I'd like to welcome everybody to Ladies' Night. My name is Fonda, and I am your host for Ladies' Night here on the Ebony Star Network. So tonight we have a great show for you all. But first, I'd like to give a shout out to the chat. I want to welcome the Lady Dame Frankie, who is here on the panel with me. I would also like to welcome Hassan Burton, Emmanuel Briggs, Brianna G, the lovely Callie Jane, Ani Dulce. Appreciate you guys all coming out for Ladies' Night tonight. We've got a great show for you. Lady Neek, Nikki. Hey, you guys. Thanks for showing up for Ladies' Night. So we have an array of topics first topic that we are going to be getting into is going to be, can the average person handle honesty? Okay, we're going to talk about that a little bit. Sometimes, people don't want to hear the truth. They'd rather hear something other than the truth. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. The next topic is, do women like to be the breadwinner? Family. And that's so, do women like to be the breadwinners so that, they can be in control? There's been some talk about, we're going to talk about that as well tonight. All right. Third topic tonight, should parents be their children's best friend? You know, a lot of parents do compete with their children, or they try to be their child's best friend rather than being a parent. We'll talk about that. And we are going to also get into our Let's Talk About Sex series. So tonight we will be kicking off our Let's Talk About Sex series for this month. We do an installment of Let's Talk About Sex each month. And tonight is the night. We are going to be talking about sex. We have 3 great topics, and we're going to see how everybody feels about these topics. The first topic is when sex goes wrong. Now, it could be a number of things that can entail when sex goes wrong, but we're going to get into that. The next one is when he thinks it down, but he's not. Okay. And then the third topic is going to be the pastor and her anointed vagina. So there was a pastor who claims to be able to cure men of sexual dysfunction with her vagina. So we're going to discuss that a little bit. That's a little crazy, but we're going to get into that topic as well. All right. So, but before we get into that, we are going to have a little musical break that's going to lead us into our first topic. So here we go. Take a listen at this, folks.
Right now, sound. Happy with the hit maker. Know when I caught that brand new coupe, you be right side of me. Could let you walk by since the first time you say hi to me. Say you can't trust these niggas no more, can you try for me? I hold you down, I'm talking down, girl, just don't lie to me. I got your back, all I want back is just don't lie to me. I don't need much, just need your trust and a little more honesty. I hit you up, that's what you want, girl, just don't lie to me. Not trying to complain, all I'm saying, just don't lie to me. You know when you be lying eye to eye with me. I'll hold you down when he ain't there, I know you ride for me. 4 a.m. I'm by myself, girl, would you fly for me? Then wake up, take you shopping, probably spend a lot of reeds. You down for a nigga, girl, it's now or never. And my section make the news, how I change the weather. After party, you on song, no, I'm down with it. Said she wanna ride it, and I'm crowned it. Told that nigga what it was, and he nodded. Just cause I'm sending the rest, I can't fit my knot, yeah. Tryna make you smile, see that blood shit, you. Let's work on this trust, girl, I got trust issues. Yeah. Knew when I caught that brand new coupe, you be right side of me. Could let you walk by since the first time you say hi to me. Say you can't trust these niggas no more, can you try for me? I hold you down, I'm talking down, girl, just don't lie to me. I got your back, all I want back is just don't lie to me. I don't need much, just need your trust and a little more honesty. I hit you up, that's what you want, girl, just don't lie to me. Not trying to complain, all I'm saying, just don't lie to me. Hey, good girl, little bad song. I'ma spend some racks on it. Naked only tax on. You know I like your hands on. You know I'm a professor, but let me teach you a lesson. You don't get no hands on. I'm the man and dance on. Well, man, girl, what you fight on me, fight on me, fight on me. Rodeo girl, go ride on me, ride on me, ride on me. You know you probably Tryna make you smile, see that blood shake. Yeah, let's work on this trust. No, I got trust issues. Yeah, so when I got that brand new coupe, you be right side of me. Could let you walk by since the first time you say hi to me. Say you can't trust these niggas no more, can you try for me? I hold you down, I'm talking down, girl, just don't lie to me. I got your back, all I want back is just don't lie to me. I don't need much, just need your trust and a little more honesty. I hit you up, that's what you want, girl, just don't lie to me. Not trying to complain, all I'm saying, just don't lie to me. I hit you up, that's what you want, girl, just don't lie to me. Just don't lie to me.
Okay.
All right.
Welcome. How's everybody doing tonight? Good.
Good.
So, ladies, you here with us tonight? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
All right. Let's go ahead and get into this first topic. Um, so we played a little bit of some Jeremiah, Ty Dollar, and some Mighty, and Lie to Me. Okay. So that's taken us topic of, do people, can they really handle the truth, or would people really prefer to be lied to? Okay. So we're going to get into that. Now, there was a stream, Dame, that you and Max did, putting your best foot forward. And that was one of the questions that was posed. You guys talked about that, and you posed it to the audience, and you asked, when you first meet somebody, do you want to know all the bad stuff straight up first off, or would you rather, hear lies? Would you rather them, wait till later to get down to the nitty gritty of the truth?
Excuse
And
me, ladies.
I actually,
Uh,
yes. Hey, Matt.
sorry. Hey, what's going on? Sorry about that. There's feedback coming from Dame. Dame, you got somebody's got feedback,
Oh, okay. Hold on.
background. Sorry, folks. Technical difficulties. Right with you.
How's this?
No, we still hear the background noise.
Okay, I know what I'm
Like
gonna have to do.
somebody's got a TV playing in the background. One second, folks. We get the technical issues worked out. We are working on StreamYards tonight because Zoom is having an issue with connection for some reason. We don't know, but we'll get that straightened out next week. Right now, we're on StreamYards, so just bear with us while we work out the technical issues. And the reminder, everybody, we got some new shows coming up on the Ebony Star Network. We got the Overdrive LE coming up. That will be hosted by Dane Frankie. We also have the Soul Respect, hosted by Vonda and Jay Shine. We also have the Power Base coming your way, hosted by the Queen herself, Lady Neek, and Commander Cerulean Gray. So watch out for those shows coming up on the Ebony Star Network.
Excuse me.
Okay, Dane.
Hello.
Yeah, do you have still hit it? Okay. Okay, well it's been turned down some, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, ladies. You're gonna have to work through it. Then you still got it in the background. So if you can't turn it off, you have to work through it. Because we can hear the TV in the background.
Okay. I still can hear the TV in the background. Okay, hold on. Let me.
Again, we apologize for the inconvenience, folks. We've had a rough 2 weeks with the corona and everything. People are freaking out, and uh, people aren't manning their stations. Towers are bad, and connections are bad, and
So we're just trying to clear up some issues real quick, so you guys can have, so we can put on the best show that we possibly can for you guys tonight. And we appreciate all the support. Shout out to everybody in the chat who is supporting the Ebony Star Network, the Earth Nation. We love you and we appreciate you.
Okay.
Okay, good. Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Okay, everybody. This is Max from Black signing out. I will leave you to the ladies of Ladies Night. Enjoy.
Thank you, Maximum. Okay. So dang.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So where do you stand on wanting to hear the truth? Now, me personally, I would rather hear the bad news. I'd rather find out the unsavory things about a person. I would like to know up front, really, what I'm dealing with, you know?
Okay. Now, as for me, I especially on something like that, I don't really expect to get the whole bold, honest truth about all the negatives and stuff like that. And sometimes uh, there's a time to tell the truth. Okay, because some people, they hear the truth and they just walled off and they stop listening to anything else, or they don't give you a chance. um, and some people can honest the truth, cold, whether it seem cold or hard or straight up, kind of harshness. And there's some you gotta ease them into. You can't just come at it straight out. You gotta kind of ease into it, soften a little bit, especially if it's a truth that's in a negative. Mhm. So not everybody can handle the truth. Okay.
Well,
Imagine.
well,
Oh, go ahead.
no, I was going to say, so you personally, oh, wait a minute.
Well, like say,
Okay,
okay.
wait a minute, Dame. Just hold on one second. We're having a few technical difficulties. So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a short break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to try to clear this up and come back. So just mute up, and we're going to go ahead and do this.
Okay.
So everybody, please bear with us. We are having a few difficulties. So we're going to play a little bit of music. So everyone just relax and get ready.
Oh yeah, oh, what a night. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Yes, it's ladies' night. And the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. On disco lights, your name will be seen. You could fulfill all your dreams. Party here, party there, everywhere. This is your night, baby. You got to be there. You smile, the eyes go by. So sweet, so fine, you all look so divine. Yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. Romantic lady, single baby, sophisticated mama. Come on, you disco lady. Yeah, stay with me tonight, mom. Yeah. If you hear any noise, it ain't the boys, it's ladies night. But it's about ladies night, stepping out ladies night. But it's about ladies night, stepping out ladies night. Yes, it's ladies night, and the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Oh, yes, it's ladies night, and the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies night. Oh, what a night. Your name will be seen. You fulfill all your dreams. Party here, party there, everywhere. This is your night, baby. You got to be there. Your night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight, everything's
Okay. Welcome everybody to Ladies Night. I'm Vonda, your host of Ladies Night here on the Ebony Star Network. I just want to thank everybody for coming out. It's been a rough start. We've had some technical difficulties, but that's been going around. There's the coronavirus, and a lot of people have to stay at home, and, a lot of areas are short staffed, due to the new distancing yourself from other human beings, that's come into practice. So I just want to everyone and your loved ones and family are all in good spirits and good health. Okay, we have a great show for you. I would like to send a shout out to Fahim Divine. Thank you for showing up to Lady Naima Buckner, Khadijah Hunter. Thank you, Hassan Burton, Nikki on a Callie Jane 79, Ann T, Emmanuel Briggs. Thank you everybody for showing up to Ladies Night. So we briefly got into the first topic, and the first topic was regarding, does the average person, want to be lied to, or do they want to know the truth? When they first meet someone, or really just with any situation. And me personally, when someone ever says, okay, I got good news and I have bad news, which one do you want first? I always say, give me the bad news first. Give me the bad news first. Let it sink in so I could work it around and see how it handles. And then, we'll see what we can do about it. And a lot of times, the bad news is not as bad as you thought. And the good, a nice, refreshing treat. So I always want to hear the bad news first. So what about you, Dan?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you would think so. I want to hear the bad news first. But okay, let's say, okay, first we meeting somebody, and somebody said, just don't say it as harshly. Well, that's the softening up, the softening up the truth, which we do, and if the date comes out and said, okay, I just got out of prison a month ago, I'm in a, what they call those, the homes when they first get out, dang it,
Transitional,
yeah, I'm in a
halfway
transitional
house.
home. I'm I'm trying to find a permanent job. All my jobs are temporary, and he's listing all these bad things up front. I was in jail for drug, murder, bank robbery, whatever it is. You still want to know that right up front, and you still be interested in dating them. To be honest, because all that sounds like real bad on paper. Person might actually be a nice person, like we had tried to do with another scenario dealing with honesty, and a person looked like on paper. But some women, we were shut down after, after we hear prison, jail. it was shut it down, and like trying to slowly back away from the situation, or we want the truth in certain things but not in every situation. Gotta ease into it. Yeah, because think of how many women that you try to tell them that their man, their husband, or whatever, and they came at you for telling them the truth. Did they really wanted to know the truth?
Well, you know what? The fact that you say that,
Mm-hmm.
I have known some situations like that, Dame. Now I don't know if maybe the ladies can, relate to this, but have you ever, had a friend, a girlfriend, and you seen her man acting out of pocket? Let's
Mhm.
say you saw him kissing another girl or hugged up with another girl, or something about him and another woman,
Mhm.
and then you tell her about it, and she turns around and she gets mad at you,
Uh-huh.
you know, or back to her man, and she goes, Raheem, Vonda came and she told me that she saw you with this, that, and the over here, and you were there and you were doing this, and she just blows up the whole spot. And then he, in turn, he gets mad at you, being the friend, he gets mad at the friend and say, "Oh, I don't want you hanging around with her. She's up here trying to break us up. We're happy, and she's trying to break us up." So sometimes you can cause a big commotion by being honest with your friend and letting her know something like that when it comes to her man. Because a lot of people don't want to hear bad things about their man.
Mhm. Exactly. Now, yeah, certain situations, no, we don't want to know the truth all the time. Yeah, and
Well,
then there's the question that men dread: do I look fat? Am I ugly? Most of the time they don't see it. But that dreaded: am I fat? Am I gaining weight? You put on a few pounds, but you want to know his opinion of it. If he tells you, yeah, babe, you're fat, some women feel some kind of way. What? You think I'm fat? No, you asked me if you was fat. I'm just telling you, yes, babe, you put on some pounds, you're fat. Most men is not going to touch that question with a 10-foot pole because they know it's not going to go well for them.
and
So
that's a
they
smart
be.
thing to do.
But does that mean she don't want that she wants to know the truth? Hmm? Huh? Huh? Huh?
Hassan says, love can make you deaf, dumb, and blind all at the same time. Facts, Hassan, facts. If you're a man, you best be deaf, dumb, and blind when it comes to her weight or how good she looks. Now, I mean, one thing about it is that you have to look at your woman, know who your woman is, so you know how fragile she is. You know
All
what
right.
her strong points are.
Mm-hmm.
So for you to sit up there and tell her something negative about herself, she really doesn't want to hear negative, like, "Oh, babe, you're fat. Yeah, you're right. You do look terrible in that dress." She doesn't want to hear that. What she would like to hear from you, basically, in that instance, is that, you know what, hey, you still look good to me, you know, because most times women are going to be the ones to point out their flaws. "Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm fat, or I got too much fat over here. I need to lose weight." And the man's job is not to say, "Hey, babe, I agree with you. You're a pig and you really need to tone it down." What you could say to her is like, babe, you still look good to me, especially if that's how you feel.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not a deal breaker now. If she gains, 150 pounds, you may, want to talk to her about that. But if she done picked up just a little bit of weight and, you notice it, but it hasn't meant any difference to you, you're fine with it. You better tell her she looked good and she still does it for you. Smack her on the behind and keep going.
Right,
In
right,
that
right.
instance, that's my advice. No woman wants to hear that, she's overweight. She doesn't want, that's a truth she does not want to hear for the most
Mm-hmm.
part.
Uh-huh. All right.
Now, if I would think that if it's an instant where you thought that, what, that your woman is not, necessarily, happy with how she looks, You may even want to, implement some things that could possibly help her. You
Mm-hmm.
know, babe, let's have a salad tonight. Or you know what? Let's go for a walk. After dinner. A nice evening walk. A lot of people do get walks because they walk their dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And why don't people walk themselves? You walk your dogs, walk yourself. You know, get out there and take a little walk, spend some
Okay.
time.
All right. So for the most part, want to hear the truth, or we want it to be or the truth, but not harsh truth, not you know raw truth, so to say. Because as you said, there's a way to say the truth, and your friends, your people. Sometimes there's a way to tell them the truth that won't hurt them or upset them necessarily. And sometimes they need the harsh truth so they can see things and make changes and stuff like that. But if
That's true,
but
Khadija.
as far as dating, okay, you want to ease up into truth, gradually add the truth. You don't want all the truth all at once on the first date. Not all of it. You just want to you're getting to know them. And then the next date you add a little truth. And the next date you add a little more truth. And as you courting and getting to know each other, add some more truth. Don't there's one thing that you don't say everything, tell all your business all at once the first date, but you gotta gradually tell some truth about yourself. You agree with me on that?
Yes, you do need to be honest. Now, omission, there's a fine line when we talk about omission.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you first meet somebody, as far as I'm concerned, it's not necessary to tell them every single horrible thing about you all in that first. What if you guys mutually don't even like each other? And if you
Mm.
mutually don't even vibe or get along, you probably won't even have a second date. I
Uh-huh.
mean, that does happen. So I don't think you should have to pour your heart out and spill your guts, to the person on the first night. But there are certain things you should tell that person. That person should know certain things about you. I mean, you start talking about your age and, what you do for a living. Have you been married? Do you have children? That sort of thing. Yeah, the person should know right off the bat about those things because you never know when it comes to some of those issues if that's a deal breaker or not. For some
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
people, dating people with children, and for others, they don't care. Doesn't matter. So I just think, as time goes on, have held back, you need to gradually tell them all of those things. Um, when we start talking about, someone who may possibly have a prison record, you definitely should, tell the truth about that. Only because, if you don't, you put that person at a disadvantage because you have this criminal past and they had no idea about it. And, let's say, they have children and, it could be a very contentious, relationship with the ex, and the ex finds out you're dating an ex, it up and it causes all kind of problems, and you have the children. It could just be a whole
Okay.
big thing. So it actually, by you being honest, it helps the other person know how to proceed with certain things that they have in their life as well. So I think it's important to be as honest as possible.
Okay. Okay. Now, let's go with the next level honesty with the I just want to sex you up. I'm not looking for a relationship.
I mean, when you're talking about that, then
Yeah.
I would think, Dame, that there would be, you probably could lie, or you could just leave out all the truth for the most part.
Okay. So go out with a guy. Say, okay, guy, dude. All right. Yeah, you're nice and all, but I just want a one time, a one time thing, sex, and that's it. No more. And leave it at that. Yeah, because we all know about the guys that just want sex, and that's it. They're not looking for a relationship. But what about the girls? I know plenty of girls that hey, they found the guy attractive. They just wanted to have sex with him and enjoy him for that night, and then keep it stepping.
Well, who am I to judge? To each his own. You do have, women, who are not looking, for a relationship, and that's, about where it ends. And you know what? A woman who's looking just for sex is not, I repeat, I'm going to say this again, a woman who is looking just for sex is not going to have any trouble finding a man to accommodate her.
Hmm.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but you would think so, but the guy is looking for a relationship, but he still wants to have sex with her. And he's thinking, have sex with her, she get to know me, and we'll be able to form a relationship. Hmm. 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 Sometimes it has worked. I've seen it where it did, but I also seen where it didn't. And she felt like she was being stalked, and she was threatened to. Well, in one case she threatened to, and another one she did reported him for stalking when he was just trying to pursue her. Like, dude, I thought you understood. We was in agreement. It was a one time. You had your
So
shot.
she
You've done it. It was good and all, but no, I don't want. I don't want a relationship. Don't want. I don't want to hook up. I don't want to hook up with you. I don't want to have a series of one night stand. It was just one time. So should the dude be honest and say, okay, I want a relationship, but I do want to sex you up? Is there any way we could see this could be more than just a one time thing? Or does he just go ahead and say, all right, I'm cool with it, sex with her, and try to persuade her into a relationship?
Well, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen with that is that, like I said before, if there is a woman who wants to have sex with you, she's not. A woman is not going to find any trouble finding a man who accommodates to accommodate that. Now, if they happen to, get it in on that first night, and that's what she wanted, and he all of a sudden is sprung, you know, quote air quotes, he sprung off of her now, and he wants to date her and she wants to have no parts of him, then at that point, he needs to, let her go.
Mhm.
He needs to let her go and realize that, you know what, she was very honest with you up front. She let you know that, hey, I'm just looking for a wham bam, and then you can go your own way. It does become a stalking issue if he continues to contact her and she wants to have nothing to do with him after that.
Mhm.
Now that could be dangerous.
Hmm. Yeah. All right. All right. Okay. So everybody wants to be told the truth. But what about the ones that's honest, say, I don't want the truth all at once, or, I want it gradually be added in, or they like me, not really expecting the truth all at once, so they, expecting something else to come up later, you know, and then they get surprised by somebody who's telling all their stuff right up front from the first.
Well, I agree with Ani. She said no one night stand for me. If that's what he wants, I want to know. You know what? If
Mm-hmm.
I'm liking a dude and we're going out on a date and he who knows what's going on with him, but he
Mm-hmm.
just sees me as someone that he wants to, smash, and that's the only thing is in his mind and he's not looking for a relationship. I agree. I would rather a man just tell me and just say, hey, Wanda, I just want to smash. I'm not trying to, find a wife. I'm not looking for a girlfriend. I think you're hot, and, I just want to smash. I would love to know that within the first 15 minutes. So I can say, no, that's not what I want. And then after he knows that, hey, we can have this date, so far so good, nice personality, we have great conversation, but I just want to be very upfront and truthful with you that I'm not going to have sex with you at the end of this date. It's not going to happen. No way, shape, or form. So I can be very honest. So I don't have a problem with letting him know we're not having sex at the end of this date.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry. I gotta stop reading the chat. They cracking me up down there. Okay, now. Okay, now. Okay, now. Okay, I got a couple of ones. I've heard this before. I ain't never heard of it on a date. But what if she's in the one time thing and she want to make sure it's good or that he's a certain size, and she's asking him, look, she's telling him, look, I'm only dealing with so many inches, dude. Do you have it or not? Do you know how to work it? How's your oral skills? Okay. Do you think that's a little too much truth for some guys?
Well, you know
Oh,
what? Hey, it depends. It all depends on who the dude is. Now, if he's very confident in what he does and what he's able to, provide, then yeah, he may be able to, say, oh, this is what I'm working with. I mean, okay, so on a date, she's asking you, okay, so I require, anywhere from 9 to 12 inches, and I require for the gentleman to be able to, be very skilled in the oral, language of love. Um, so so what are you working with?
okay. All right. And vice versa. When a guy wants to know, hey, I want to know if you give jobs on the first date, the B jobs, and and how how's your hygiene down below?
Oh no.
Okay, I'm sorry, but it's just I'm just in that cookie mood today. How would you take that?
Well, on a date like that, you know, like I said, I want him to be honest. You know what? I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be surprised. I'm not going to even be taken aback by that type of a statement. Because basically, he is showing me who he is and what he's looking, and where he may be, a handsome gentleman. He might present very well on paper. Um, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not looking for a smash and grab type date. The reason for me going out on this date was to meet someone that I could, relate to and, maybe end up having, a further relationship with, is the way I would look at it. So, I would say, oh, I don't do any type of jobs, on the first date, second date, or third date. I have a job. So that would be a no. So what he's going to know from me is that no, I don't get down like that on first dates, or nor is that something that we're going to sit up here and discuss. Um, if
Uh,
we continue to date and we have a second, third, fourth, fifth, whatnot date, then it'll move towards that eventually. But what I'm not going to do is on a first date, just present my kitty cat on a platter, for some dude that I've known, for 30 minutes and just let him poke and stab at it and do whatever. That's just not going down. And guess what? I'll tell him right at the beginning before we've even ordered our meal. He can know.
okay. Now, this next question, and this is gonna be the final one. I'm finished with it. Okay. All right. You go on the date with the guy, and you're not feeling it. You're not feeling him. But he's nice in every way. He fits here, but something is not clicking for you. Um, do you tell him, thank you for the date, but I'm not interested? And he asks you why. Do you tell him why, or do you just be vague about it, or try not to hurt his feelings?
Woo. You know what? Going to try to always put my best foot forward. Now, you know, when you're dating someone, I mean, you don't know, how fragile they are or not.
Hmm.
So the main focus is, you don't want someone to say, you know what, you're a dork, you're not my type, you breathe with your mouth open. I don't date guys like that. You're not gonna say things like that. Um, but if he's asking you at the end of the first date, do you think we have chance for a relationship? I am absolutely going to say absolutely not, only because I've had one date with you. I have no idea about who you are. The only thing the first date tells you about somebody for the most part is whether you'd like to have a second date with that person. So,
Hmm.
based on that first date with that person, it will tell you whether you would like to have a second date with that person.
Hmm.
What do you think? I mean, would you say that?
Yeah, I would say that. So it's not going to be a second date, but he's asking for a second date. Do you be honest with him?
So, if I would I ask for a second date if I wasn't attracted to him?
No, no. If he asks you
Would I
for a
accept
second
it?
date and you're not attracted to him and you don't want a second date with him, and he
Mm.
and would you tell him why? Because usually when you say no, you're trying to break it off. They ask why.
Well, to be honest, I've like dated like that to where like you go on a lot of different dates with a lot of different people. I've never dated like that. I met my husband when I was 18. We stayed together for many years. We were divorced. So I never really dated like that. But if I did come across that, and there was a gentleman that I and it didn't work out, or if he wanted a second date, you know, um, depending on what I felt like was not attractive to him, it just depends. You know,
Hmm.
um, if he's a nice person, I might say to myself, you know what? Who knows? After a second date, the first date may not be it, but if he didn't come off as a serial killer or some sort of a sexual pervert, but maybe we didn't necessarily click, like my knight in shining armor, like fairy tale or whatever, then maybe a second date would be a bad thing because I don't know, But I would think after 2 to maybe 3 dates of casual and talking to this person, and you share a meal, you're gonna talk. I would think after 2 to 3 dates, I would know whether I would want to go on another date with that person and continue a relationship. Because at that point, I would think that feelings would begin to develop for the person. But if after that time period I didn't feel, it was just still like this bland or like this, just no, I would basically cease on it and just say, you know what, I just don't think that we're compatible, and it's just probably not a good idea for us to go out on any more dates. In that instance, after maybe 2 to 3 dates, I would. I mean, would anybody say that's a bad? Should I just be like, oh no, I'm not gonna even go on the second or third date with him, I'm just done?
Well, yeah, if he don't pull up any red flags, there's nothing disgusting about him or anything. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with a second or third date. Just to make sure that it just wasn't just a bad first date.
Well,
I just was because I've known some people they don't tell the person why not. They kind of dance around it, give them some flimsy excuse, and keep turning down their nose or stop answering their phone. I know one case where they changed their phone number.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Khadijah said, tell him you remembered you're gay.
That sounds like an excuse. Yeah, it'd be like, oh, you remember you're gay now?
It's like, oh, I forgot. No, I can't go out with you again. I forgot. I'm gay. Khadijah.
Okay.
I don't even like men. I forgot all about that.
Ooh, oh my goodness. Okay, I've been questioning you like I'm interrogating you. You have any questions for me? Cause that's it for me as far as questions I have. And if I keep watching the chat, I'm gonna be on the floor laughing.
You ready to run him over just in case? And you're right, Khadijah. Sometimes you don't click with people, and there doesn't necessarily have to be, this grand reason, why, you guys don't get along. I mean, sometimes it just doesn't click, I've actually, gone out on a date with a gentleman, and he was a nice guy, and we went out on the date, and I mean, there were no butterflies in my stomach. There was, no excitement. I mean, he was just literally just a nice guy, so it was like, I mean, there was really nothing more, that came from that. It did not build up into any type of desire, or anything for him. So it just kind of just went cold, went its own way, But we were always very cordial with each other. That's for sure. Very cordial, very nice, very respectful. And it stayed that wasn't a problem. There was no, hard feelings or, how come you don't like me, type of thing. I didn't deal with any of that. So, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm looking at Khadijah saying if somebody changes their number on you, you don't get the hint something's wrong with you. Well, I knew of a case where this was when they had call forwarding, and she call forwarded to my house. And she decides she's going to go spend the weekend with one of her relatives out in Texas. So she gave this guy a number, knowing she was gonna call forward it to me. So I'm calling and I'm telling him he got the wrong number. I'm not her, uh, and stuff like that. She didn't even tell me she was called forward in my to my house. I just pick up the phone talking to her, and she's telling me how she's gonna go spend a few days with her relatives in Texas. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm gonna miss you next weekend when we celebrate so and so's birthday. But okay, until I start getting these calls for her, I was like, you got the. I was like, you got the wrong number. This is so. This is me, and stuff like that. And stuff. Well, this is the number she gave me. She gave you my number. Said no, you give you my. She didn't give me your number. Okay, what number you think you dialed? Well, that's her number, but you getting me. That's when I started getting suspicious because he insisted he dialing her number. I was like, I don't know, but she did it deliberately, so she get rid of him. So when um when she called me, she kind of casually asked, so have you been getting any calls for me? Yes, Wayne. When are you gonna tell me you forward your phone to my house? I'm getting into an argument with this dude. Why you accept calls from dudes in the middle of the night? I'm cursing dudes left and right.
Oh, that is terrible. To
Yeah,
send call forward to your number.
and then they wouldn't believe that I wasn't her because I'm sleepy, got that sleepy voice, and so my voice is kind of changed. It's like, oh, babe, you sounding real sexy. Who the hell are you? It's me, your man. Your man? I don't know, man. What are you talking about? It's like, wait. Who you think you're talking to? Girl, stop playing. And he said her name. I was like, this is not her. And you see, at that time, you can't remove somebody call forward to you. They have to remove the call forward. So, I was stuck with it. So you can say I was ready to beat her behind. I said, oh, no, I decided to mess with her. I said, hey, got a new man was calling me in the middle of the night talking all this sweet stuff and the things he was going to do to me. I had to meet this dude in person. He was sounding good. Well, that'll teach her she don't be forwarding numbers to my house no more. But she knew I was playing. I don't play like that. But she knew I was messing with her because I was mad. Okay, so I told my story for the night on this topic. That
And you don't get just one story. That doesn't work. Ooh, Dame, where'd you go? All right. Dame, you should put in your voice. Extra bass in her voice, Hassan. And okay, so that's okay.
okay.
So some women like persistence, K Black Supreme. Some women do like persistence. That's true. That's very true. Persistence, can actually be a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
There are people that, tried some things and were told no a lot of times before they got a yes. You're not going to always be told yes the first time. Sometimes, you're not going to get the answer you want. But I would say, depending on the person and what the situation is, you may want to continue to try. It all depends on what the situation is, right?
Mm-hmm. You all right? Yep. But if you keep getting her girlfriend when you're supposed to be talking to her, that might be a hint that she's not that into you. Okay. So quiet. Hello?
So Hassan says women do play hard to get, and those are the best of the best. Okay. So, women playing hard to get, a lot of times men will say that, a woman playing hard to get is a woman teasing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what do you think about that, Dame?
Okay, hard to get. Um, well, to whew, to me, it it's showing how is she trying to see how much he's into her. You know, you don't make it easy for him. You know, you um you want him to see the value in you. You know that she's just not gonna give it up to you. And if he's really, really interested in her and not just sex, then he's gonna pursue her. But if he's into the sex, it's like I ain't going through all that. I ain't waiting that long. Whatever it is that she's doing to be hard to get, then you eliminate the ones that just want sex. You get the ones that really are into you. But you're still gonna have to slow down enough to get to know the guy and stuff like that. You know, so let him catch you up with you a little bit so you can get to know him. To see he's not a waiter, a guy who will wait for it, and once he gets it, he's gone.
Well, honestly speaking, I have always been taught that anything, worth working for, is worth, it's worth it. It's worth taking your time.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. You do want to show your worth. So in order to show your worth, I just think that it's best that, a woman, should just be herself.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't think it any type of need to put on a whole bunch of airs, because once you start putting on those airs, you have to continue it. And that goes the same for a man. Once you start putting on these special airs and you're leading with your money and you're presenting yourself in this sort of way because you want her to like you, once you start out that way, you pretty much have to keep going that way. But if you're going to be going that way, it should be honest, because it's hard to keep up a lie. A lie is very hard to keep up. Lies are hard to remember. When you're telling a lie, you have to remember what you're saying. The truth is easy to come by.
Okay, but she's not lying when she play hard to get. She's just saying, "I'm not just gonna give you sex. You know, um, I want more than just sex. You know, I want a relationship. I want to be valued." She don't change who she is. She just kind of pump the brakes on certain things.
Mm-hmm.
So she like, okay, okay, I want to be courted. I want you to get to know me. I want to get to know you. You know, I'm glad you're attracted to me, but let's put that on the back burner for a moment. Now, unless you just really gone into a whole nother, where they playing a game of it, you get that type. They like to pursue. They like to see guys jump through hoops for them, and stuff like that. But the only time it's a lie is if you're not honestly interested in the guy. Not interested in the guy, and you making them jump through these hoops when there's no way that you be involved with him or you have any interest in him. You just want to see him jump through the hoops. Then you're wrong and you're lying. Because the lie is you're not interested in him. You're not letting them know you're not interested in him.
Okay. So,
Mhm.
okay, in this situation then, what if, the dude, you go out on a date with this man and, he is leading with his pocket, leading with his money. And he is talking about, oh, I can buy you this, I can take you here, we can do that and this and everything. And everything is all about his money and all the nice places that he can take you. Okay. And the woman's like, well, I mean, I'm not in love with him or anything, but I mean, he's fun to be around. He wants to go all these great places. It's understandable that he may not want to do all this stuff by himself. That's very, honest way of thinking. He wants to have a companion. He wants someone to do this with, and she may not be feeling him as far as like, oh, no, I don't want to have sex with him, but he's fun to hang out with. And is that wrong for her to continually let him take her out, even though he is the one saying, hey, I have this nice place I want to take you, and I can spend this type of money, and she's just going with it because it's nice and it's fun. Because at the end of the day, the time with the dude is fun, but as far as her being attracted to the guy, she's not attracted to him.
Okay.
Should she just cut that off and not go?
It's an interesting one. Okay. It's hard to do, but I'm not saying don't go. Be honest with him. Say, look, I like the place you're saying you want to go, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not really that into you. I'm not feeling you and stuff like that. But if you just want somebody to go with you, a companion, no relationship, no sex, just to go and hang out and have some fun, then yeah. But I think you're gonna have to be honest. Now it could be you don't know yet. You're just not feeling them at that moment. You might try the one date to see if he's interested enough to go on the second date, like you have said. That the first date I can kind of understand. You don't really know on a certain level. But you got to be honest with yourself that you like what he's spending and doing for you on the date. You got to be honest with yourself and try to see if you can see beyond that. If all it is about where he could take you, which the pursuing, and you still don't like him, or you still not he's not interested enough. If he didn't have the money, would you still date him? Or if he wasn't taking to all these places that you like or you heard about, would you still be dating him? If the answer is no, then no more dates. Gotta be honest with him. But if you're honest up front and he's okay with the companionship thing, say, hey, I'll go out and we're gonna have fun, but there'll be no sex, no relationship. That could change. But no, you do better being honest, or you take the first date, see if there's more to him than his money, or there's something you like about him besides his money and what he's doing for you.
But see, okay, and with the first date, whether I find the gentleman attractive or not, we're not doing sex on the first date. That's not going to even be discussed. I'm letting you know up front, I'm not sleeping with anybody or nothing sexual on any type of first, second, or third date. It's not going down. The way that I personally feel about sexuality is that it comes with trust. And if we not build any type of a trust, which I know is not going to happen in the first 3 dates, that's just not happening flat out, whether I like him or not. So that's where it would be for me. I could date, anyone for, and not have sex with them. But I think I would know after 3 months if I wanted to continue a relationship. And, you know, do you think that was wrong that after that 3 months, you know, it was like, okay, you know what, we've gone out on a few dates and I just don't feel it clicking, you know? So then I would recommend that we stop the dating and that we just end it right there, because at that point, I don't even feel an inkling of wanting to have sex with at all. There's no attraction there. And I think after that amount of time, I know, and I would tell them then.
Uh-huh.
So do you,
Hmm.
and I mean, some people may think that that's probably leading him on for 3 months. When, like I said, whether I found him attractive or not, he could be, you know, attractive and, you know, I could just be excited every time I saw him. But I'm not having sex with any new strength person, you know, in a short amount of time like that. It's just not going to happen. There would have to be an established relationship before there's any type of sex at all.
Uh-huh. Well,
So that's where my honesty would come to him. Like, look, I'm just telling you right now, I'm not having sex, you know, it's just definitely not going to be any type of sex. You know, we can go out, we can get to know each other, you know, we may like each other as friends, but I'm not having sex with anybody. This is just not what I'm going to do. I can be very straight up and honest with that. And at that point, he may, you know, feel like, oh, well, she made it very clear she's not having any type of sex, no matter how much money I spend or how wonderful the date is. There's
mm-hmm.
not going to be any sex. And that's the way I would present it at the very beginning. He may not even want to see me after
Okay.
that. Well, damn, she just made it very clear that door is closed. You know, he may, you know, feel put out. Be like, I'm not about to be spending 3 months worth of, you know, meals on her and never, you know, seal the deal. Because that could very well be your situation with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As long as you're honest with it, because as you said, they can feel some type of way. They can, you can never say I did. She did not tell me. If I know from the beginning, when the date, nope, nope, nope. You knew because she told you from the beginning. You just was hoping to change your mind, and it didn't work. Tough noogies. Yeah, but what if 1 month in and he's still pursuing and he finally asks, okay, we've been dating for a month. You know, I'm not trying to put any pressure on you, but you know, do you, you know, feel, you know, we can have a sexual relationship sometime in the future? And if so, can you give me some type of time frame on it?
Okay. Well, in that instance, I mean, he's being so nice, Dame. He just wants to know ahead of time. What I would tell him is no, no, I cannot. What I'm not gonna do is tell anybody, well, you know, after 4 months and you still dealing with me after 4 months, guess what? You're gonna get the cookie. I'm not gonna even do that. You know, my thing is that if it's an organic, mutual, I like you, you like me, you know, we're growing in this relationship type thing, it will lead to that. My strategy right out of the gate, zero, zilch, nada, no sex whatsoever. That sex is not even on the table at all. You know, we can do any type of different date. You want to go-kart riding, you know, you want to go, you know, miniature golfing, you want to go up in a hot air balloon, you want to go on a hike, you want to take me on a picnic, you want to go bike riding.
What if he wants to go on a cruise with
I
you?
You know what? They do have, you know, the little, you know, bay cruises, you know, that sort of thing, you know, as a day trip. Um, you know, with someone brand new, I wouldn't feel comfortable with spending the night with someone who is brand new because I don't know how this person is going to, you know, react. I don't, you know, trust this person, you know, like you don't just leave your purse with anyone. You know, you're not going to leave your purse with anyone. So if, you know, I can't just leave my purse around you. I'm definitely don't want to sleep in a room with you with my eyes closed, you know. So I mean, going on an
Well,
overnight
wait a
trip is
minute.
a
What if he
different, you
said?
know,
What if he said it would be separate rooms?
you know, that's a different story. Separate rooms, that might even be a great trip, because then you get to see that person on a daily basis, you know, for a couple of days. Let's say what, like a 3-day trip or something.
Yeah.
You know, you could get to see how that person is. And you know what? Separate rooms would be the only way that I would do it. But definitely.
Okay. What if it's separate rooms with a door joining the rooms?
Well, my door is going to be locked. It could be adjoined and, you know, connected all it wants to be.
Okay. So
It would
I'm
take,
just
it
I'm
would
just
take me
covering
a
on
lot.
the basis because in case some guy they find like they try to find a little loophole. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. Um. Yeah, Vonda,
Yeah, I know that,
I
you
haven't
know,
not
guys always,
realized you've been beating them off with a stick.
I know they have their little loopholes, but my thing is that, you know what, men tend to you know, they tend to go towards things where they think they have an opening, and if they still feel like they can get sex, they're going to keep trying it. So my strategy or my way to go is to say, hey, let's just be upfront, you know, very clear. No sex. We're not going to even talk about sex, and no sex. You know, those are my 3 rules. No sex, we're not going to talk about sex, and no sex. So he already knows, okay, with her, there's no sex. So either he's going to be like, you know, deflated, or he'll be like, okay, you know, hey, I like talking to her. You know, we're cool to talk to, you know, but she had already made it very clear there's not going to be any sex. You know, I don't want you thinking, well, if I keep trying or if I keep spending this money, maybe I'll get some sex, when I've already told him, hey, no sex. That was number 1 and number 3. No sex.
Okay. Oh, okay. Black Seed, you're funny. But um okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
You're right,
they will
Hassan. 3
continue to
rules.
try.
No sex, no sex, and no sex. Now,
And
to be honest, now if I made that very clear, Dame, I made that very clear up front, and this dude still kept pushing the sex issue, then I would not go out on any more dates with him,
okay.
because he told me that he does not respect my wishes. You know, I was a big enough person, you know, he's pulling out all this money saying, oh, we can go here, we can go there. And I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't matter how much money you pull out, we're still not going to have sex, you know. And he still continued to have sex with me. And I've already said no sex. I'm going to feel at that point disrespected, because
Yeah.
he doesn't believe what I say. Basically, he's telling me, oh, girl, you say no sex, but you gonna have some sex. I'm gonna get you to have some sex. I'm gonna get
You
you to
don't know
have a
what you're
couple
missing.
extra drinks. Yeah, I do know what I'm missing. No sex with you. I'm missing out on sex with you. I don't. I'm not gonna do that. But if he kept trying, I would be offended. I would be offended, and I would feel disrespected. And I can't date someone who is disrespectful to me. I wouldn't want to date anyone who's disrespectful to me. And to me, that's disrespectful.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, I think we covered all the honesty questions. Yeah.
All right. So we have gone over the topic, everybody, of can you handle honesty? You know, um, can the average person handle honesty? And I think in some cases, in most cases, people can handle honesty, and honesty is the best policy. I feel like you should always lead with honesty. And, you know, depending on, you know, the things that you're being honest about, I mean, not everything is due to be given at one time.
Yeah.
It was said earlier, in the chat, you don't have to, give them, 20 bullet points, the first 15 minutes of meeting. We don't have to do that. So if he keeps asking you, call me. Yeah, I'm gonna turn him loose, Hassan. He keep asking. But no, honesty is the best policy, and putting your best foot forward and being as honest as possible, I feel, is the best thing to do. So now what we're going to do, I do want to send a shout out to the chat. I want to thank everybody for coming through. This is Ladies Night. My name is Vonda. I am your host of Ladies Night here on the Ebony Star Network. We have Lady here as my co-host. I really appreciate her, staying with us and coming on to Ladies Night. So we do have a few more topics to get through. I want to send a shout out to Hassan Burton, a staunch supporter of Ladies Night. K Black Seed Supreme. Thank you for coming to Ladies Night. Nikki's in the house. Yes. Ani Dulce, Khadijah Hunter, all of the strong people out here for Ladies Night. We really appreciate the support. Okay, so what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a small musical interlude, and we're going to be getting into our second topic. The second topic is, do women like to be the breadwinner? Do women like to be the breadwinner so that she can be in control? What do you guys think about that? We've heard of, women who like to, date men who either don't have jobs or who have part-time jobs or who don't make as much money as them because they like to be in control. Okay? They like to be in control. So we're going to take a small musical break and we're going to dive into that topic. So everybody, listen up and enjoy.
Lucy Lou, with my girl Drew, Cameron D and Destiny, Charlie's Angels, come on. Question, tell me what you think about me. I buy my own diamonds and I buy my own rings. Only ring your celly when I'm feeling lonely. When it's all over, please get up and leave. Question, tell me how you feel about this. Try to control me, boy, you get dismissed. Pay my own condo and I pay my own bills. Always 50-50 in relationships. The shoes on my feet, I bought it. The clothes I'm wearing, I bought it. The watch I'm rocking, I bought it. 'Cause I depend on it. If I want it, the watch I'm wearing, I bought it. The house I live in, I bought it. The car I'm driving, I bought it. I depend on it. I depend on it. All the women, throw your hands up at me. All the honeys making money, throw your hands up at me. All the mamas rockin' dollars, throw your hands up at me. All the ladies truly feel me, throw your hands up at me. Girl, I didn't know you could get down like that. Charlie, how your angels get down like that. Girl, I didn't know you could get down like that. Charlie, how your angels get down like that. Tell me how you feel about this. Do what I want, live how I wanna live. I worked hard and sacrificed to get what I get. Ladies, it ain't easy being independent. Question, how'd you like this knowledge that I brought? Bragging on that cash that he gave you is the front. If you're gonna brag, make sure it's your money up front. Depend on no one else to give you what you want. Shoes on my feet, I got it. Clothes I'm wearing, I got it. Watch I'm rocking, I got it. So depend on me. If I want it, the watch I'm wearing, I got it. The house I live in, I got it. The car I'm driving, I got it. I depend on it. I depend on me. All the women, throw your hands up, all the money. Get down like that, Charlie, how your angels get down like that. Girl, I didn't know you could get down like that. Charlie, how your angels get down like Destiny's Child. Shut up, we'll break these people off, angel style. Child of destiny.
Good morning, angels.
Good morning, Charlie.
All right. Hello, hello. Welcome everybody back to Ladies Night. My name is Vonda, host of Ladies Night here on the Ebony Star Network. I would like to welcome to the panel the beautiful Khadijah Hunter. Thank you for coming up to the panel for Ladies Night. We also have Lady Dame. She is here as well. So, ladies, now we're going to get into our second topic. Now, this second topic is, do women like to be the breadwinners so that they can be in control? Now, I know of several ladies that, this is true of them. They do like to be in control. They are heavy control freaks. I'm going to, speak about two celebrity couples because at the end of the day, that's most of what our, examples are, because most people know of these examples. Now, we talk about, let's look at the Bobby Brown and Whitney Houston. And then we'll look at the Mariah Carey and Nick Cannon. Now, both of those women, super, super, super successful, super, super, super powerful. And the men that they happened to meet were also in the entertainment business, but they did not have the status that these women had when they met up with the men. So what I would like to know is what is your take on it? Each of the situations were a little bit different, but these were two powerful women who were also older than the men that they happened to marry. So they did have a lot of power. I mean, do you think, that women purposely go after men who are not as, as successful as they are because they like to be in control?
Okay. Well, yeah, and also I think in some of the cases, because they were bigger celebrities than their husband, there was also that worshipness that comes about, that worshiping of the celebrity. Hey, I think if in the very beginning there was a lot of worshiping going on, and that's an ego boost. Young man pursuing you, ego boost, and then you have control. You don't have to worry about him trying to take control away from you, or fighting with him over control of your life. So yeah, I think it's a control, worship, and ego boost.
All
I
of
think
that,
it
huh?
depends on the type of woman. I think it depends on the type of woman, to be completely honest. Some women kind of like, I guess they use money kind of like they try to use children to kind of like hold on to a man or whatever. And so I think that's what the situation. And then some women who feel like they don't have control over much else. It's just like I have all this money and I can control him with this money. So usually when like they don't have control over anything else in their life, they can use their money to control like other aspects of their life. That's not always the case, but and I know I personally, I don't like taking, and I know you mentioned celebrities, but I personally don't like taking care of men. I don't like taking care of able-bodied people, period. So I can't really relate to that, but I think some women do use it as a form of control. But I think it's a type of woman, a certain type of woman who does that.
I have to agree with that too. You know, for me, I don't want to take care of a grown man. I'm not looking to date and marry my son. I don't want to have to tell a man what he needs to wear, when he needs to get up, when to go to work, what he needs to do with his money. I would feel like I had a child. So in that
Right.
instance, no, I want a man who is all man. I want a man who is grown up. I want a man who can, speak for himself, be his own man, and stand on his own 2 feet. And I also want a man who doesn't depend on my income for, his survivability. He's not going to be able to survive without my income. To me
Right.
that's not attractive. It's a real yeah, that doesn't work for me. But there are
Yeah,
there
because
are a type of woman. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think the thing is like, what would you do if you didn't have me? You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, like so some people would just be like assed out and like living under somebody's bridge if they didn't have somebody else to take care of them, right? And, and like you said, like I'm not your mama. Like I don't have any children. So, and then it's like, it can be all, a woman taking care of a man for control or whatever. It can be all fun and shits and giggles in the beginning, but I think eventually it's going to get old. So,
Hella old.
I
Nobody,
mean,
a man
yeah,
child.
yeah, you can sit there and act like it's all fun and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, I got the control and stuff like that. But it's just going to be like, after a while, it's just like, okay, when are you going to start pulling your weight? When are you going to start, doing what you need to do? And like, I feel like at some point, your feminine, womanly instincts or whatever you want to call it is going to kick in. And you're going to want somebody who's a provider and a protector. And it's just like, I wouldn't feel that way if I'm sitting here, doing everything that needs to be done for the house. Like if I leave out in the morning and you in your drawers on the couch and I come back and you in your drawers on the same spot on the couch, like I would have an issue with that from the beginning. But I think that women who try to use that as a form of control would have an issue with it later on, because it just nobody wants to take care of an able-bodied person.
That's very true. That's very true. Oh, you do have those women that, they do make all the money, and let's say, they have, kids, that they're taking care of, they get this boyfriend, he doesn't have a job. So, he becomes quote unquote babysitter, for you. So, he'll do the running around for you with the kids, and since he's not working, he's able to tend to the kids and take care of them for you. But in the meantime, you got to make sure that you've left money, for, him to get groceries, and, you've left instructions, oh, the kids need to be picked up at this time and, they need to be dropped off here for practice. You got a whole, routine, worked out. And basically he's like, like your nanny, you know, it's just except for y'all sleep together. He does everything else, and make sure you take out the hamburger meat out the freezer so it could be ready, so I can, make the tacos, when I get home off of work. you know, not unless he's that great.
Wow.
He can have the tacos waiting for you and have the kids already fed and in bed by the time you get home, you know. And I think what it is that when you're dealing with a woman who is, you know, basically the boss of her life, you know what I'm saying? She's working, she's doing everything, and she's taking care of her kids, you know, the father's not in the home, she's doing, you know, doing everything. You know, the last thing she needs is, you know, a weight, you know, meaning there's going to be a weight and dragging his feet. You know, if he's going to get with the program, come on, get with the program. You know, you could take the second car, go pick up the kids, you know, stop by the grocery store, this and that. And, you know, he's not working, he's not doing anything. And for some women, I think that that's easy. That's easy for them, you know, because they're already paying for everything. And if he falls in line with it and then take care of her at night, you know, then everything is cool. Some women are very comfortable with that.
Nah, I
Uh-huh.
feel like that would be a hard no for me. Because first of all, like even with the whole kids situation, like eventually the kids are gonna grow up and become self-sufficient, so they won't need you to do that after a while. And then I don't know, like I don't want to date my babysitter. Like I just don't. I don't want to date the babysitter. I don't want to date the maid. I don't want to date the butler. I don't want to date none of y'all. And it's just like I just would not be able to do, like it just, I feel like that would be so weird. And it's like you said, it's like it's dead weight. Like what else? And then I feel like, you know, you can go to the grocery store and stuff like that. It don't take that long to go to the grocery store, drop the kids off, and then it's just like, what are you doing in like in that between time? Like, you know, if you don't went to the grocery store, you done dropped the kids off, you done did everything else that you needed to do. I feel like if you ain't working, you got a whole lot of time to be doing something, and I feel like it ain't gonna be constructive or conducive to the relationship. So that would be a hard no for me.
Dame,
Okay.
what you think? Well, how do you weigh in on this?
Okay. I pretty much feel that um most women feel this, probably feel the same way, but this this type of woman that is in a relationship like that, um there's something else going on. There's something else going on with that, you know, because sometimes they pursue it for years, sometimes they end up marrying them, or you know, or mm, they so used to being the boss, it's hard for them to not be the boss. So it's, you know, it's easier to fall for a type of man or who falls in line with you. He don't mind you being the boss, he don't mind you handling everything. But yeah, but there, as I said, there's usually something else going on. Hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, it don't take that long to drop the kids off and get the stuff from the grocery store, and then they have like the car side to go stuff where you could just order online and go pick the groceries up. So it's just like, no, you need to be on somebody's job, or you need to do something, because I feel like that's too much free time.
Hmm. Well,
So, I mean, what do you do? I mean, what if he's in between jobs? You know, do you deal with a man that's in between jobs, or would you just not even, you know, date a man that didn't even have a job? Let's start right there. You know, what if you met him and he didn't have a job?
I wouldn't be dating him, because my thing is like, if you don't have a job, you need a lot of things, and a girlfriend isn't one of them. So, you know, I just feel like, if you don't have a job, you ain't got no job, and you still trying to deal with women and stuff like that. Like, your priorities are not in the right area as far as I'm concerned.
well, okay,
Because
well,
the thing is, like, I mean, because it's like I can wait to go on dates and stuff like that, but if you're sitting, like, if we go on a date, who about to pay?
okay, all right, yeah, okay, but I know of a couple of them where, in this case, I think was about control because she married him young. He had a job. He still has a job. He works all the time. He he relaxes at work. Um, um, been married for quite a few years now, and he works, work. Can't stop him working. They have to force him on a vacation, and then when he's on a vacation, he's pursuing temporary jobs. You know, temporary service jobs. Know it's temporary because he finds work relaxing. But for her, it's about control, money. And he just works, give her his paycheck, do what he do, go to bed, wake up, do the same thing again in the morning. hmm So with that particular relationship, I've observed it's definitely about control. She's controlling of everything. She's controlling of the relationship, their kids, what they do with their money, property. She wants a new car and stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely about control.
Well, in that case, I say he keep going to work to get away from her.
That's what I observed too. I was like, and
But
when
I
I
mean, I think in this particular case, I would prefer to have to like tell my man to take a break as opposed to you just taking a break involuntarily, and I don't know when you coming off break.
hmm
Like I would appreciate the fact that he's working, and then even if I have to come along and be like, okay, babe, you've been working hard enough. We need to take like a 2-week vacation or something because you can't work yourself to death, right? But it's just like if I got to tell you to get up off the couch, stop being a couch potato, and go get a job and stuff like that. Like, that's a no go.
hmm
Now that's a hard no for me because it's just like if as an adult I know that I have to get up and go to work or stuff won't get done, then you should know that too.
hmm
Max said, "What if he wants to be a rapper?"
Run like hell.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Rappers at
Run like
40.
hell. Okay, right? Like, no, you do not get to be a 40-year-old rapper. You are not that. That started and ended with like Jay-Z or something like that. Stop it.
Wait a minute. Wasn't Jay-Z rapping before 40?
He was almost there, wasn't
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
he? Yeah, no. So
He was rapping.
let Jay-Z have it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So no rappers,
Well, I
Max.
do.
No to the rappers.
Okay. What if he's a music
Well,
producer?
now it's different. I would say it would be a little different, depending on, what the age was. Now, we're speaking about a man of a particular age, his little, rapping days and his dreams of becoming a rapper, we're gonna have to
Are
hang that
numbered.
up,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you're not doing this. Those days are over.
Look,
You're
if
not
you
gonna
don't make
be
it by 25, if you don't make it by 25, it ain't happening.
Yeah, you're not about to be fresh at 40 and become a rapper. It's just not going to happen. So no, I agree with that.
Okay. Black Seed said Jay-Z started in his early 20s. So when did he blow up? Black Seed. When did he like become all big and famous and stuff like that? Because I mean, like either way, what happened to Jay-Z is not about to happen to everybody. Okay, like people are talking like people just getting sucked into the rap game left and right and stuff like that. So I think you have to be a bit more realistic when it comes to stuff like that. Just like everybody wanting to be models and movie stars and stuff like people are not just getting swooped up for that left and right. Like a lot more people would be famous and rich if that was the case. Or sports, like everybody's not getting swooped up for that. So I think with certain careers, you have to be a little bit more realistic and stuff like that. But I'm 27, and so I usually tend to like men older than me. Oh, he blew up in his 20s. Okay, well I was wrong, but whatever. But I mean, like I think the point I'm trying to make is like that's not about to be everybody's situation. And still, if you don't make it by 25, it ain't happening. But
I agree.
what the hell was I about to say?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you have to be realistic about certain situations. It was something else I was about to say, but I can't remember. Oh yeah, I'm 27 and I like older men, so it's like you can't come to me in like your 30s and quite possibly 40s talking about you want to be a rapper because I'm gonna look at you like something wrong with you. I'm gonna be looking at you like, what kind of crack are you smoking?
The bad kind.
Right? Like no, like the land of make believe is real with you. Like no, sir. I need you to do something that
You
has
know
a little
what?
bit more stability with it, please. Please and thank you.
Oren Miller says that when he was a child, he was always told never get in a relationship or have kids until you can take care of yourself. Boom. Right again. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
I agree
even
with that.
a female child. I was taught that. I was taught and raised to be able to take care of myself. Don't grow up expecting else to take care of me. You know, don't expect people to do things for you that you can already do for yourself because you may seriously be disappointed or you may put yourself at a disadvantage sitting around waiting for someone else to take care of you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, so with that being said, do you think, you know, for the women who are being controlling, you know, that they're okay with taking a guy like that because basically what he does is he follows into her program.
Uh-huh.
If he doesn't have a daily routine, meaning he has business to take care of, to deal with other things, it's gonna always be about her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna
Yeah.
always be about her
Uh-huh.
kids, about her household,
Mm-hmm.
because he doesn't have any business, meaning he don't have a part-time job, he don't have a hobby, he don't have anything else going on but her. So that means everything that she wants done, she just encompasses it. She's already, you know, taking care of everything financially. And so he falls right in line with that. And I think that there is a type of woman or a certain type of woman who enjoys that. You know, they look for someone that they can control. And you know what, in that instance, this type of woman doesn't mind having a grown man child to take care of because for her it's
Mm-hmm.
easier.
What?
Now, when you have he has a job, he has his own, you know, responsibilities. He can't, you know, stay catered and with his head up your behind all the time because he has other things to do, you know?
What I would like to add to that is I kind of feel the same way women use money to manipulate men. I kind of feel the same way as I do like with men who manipulate women with money. I feel like they do that because they don't have much else to offer except for their money.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, you know, if you take away the money, then what else do you have to keep him around? Like, are you a decent person? Are you pleasant to be around? You know, do you have like deep thought? You know, can y'all have deep conversations? Can y'all have conversations and stuff like that, you know, go outside of sex and stuff like that? So I feel like the people who use their money to manipulate people, like I said, I don't think they have much else to offer because it's just like, you know, if you can't take care of the house, if you can't pay all the bills and stuff like that, they probably have the personality of a cardboard box too. And, you know, some men these days like to be kept women. So I think that could be a possibility too, that they don't, I mean, if I don't have this money, then there's nothing to keep this man. Like they can't cook, can't clean, can't do nothing except for bring money to the table. And I think like you have to be careful with that because like once your relationship starts on money, it's probably going to end on money. So as soon as you start paying bills and taking care of the house and stuff like that, he's out.
But doesn't that work the same way for a man who throws his money around and he gets a
Yeah,
woman who is attracted to that money, you
yeah.
know, and
That's why I
once he
tell people
stops,
you get what you
saying,
pay
hey,
for.
yeah, exactly.
You get what you pay for, basically. If you start
Exactly.
out with money, it's going to end with. Don't be like you can't sit there and throw your money in everybody's face and then get mad when they only want you for your money. Like that doesn't make any sense. I mean, people still do get mad, but still, like that's That's what you put out there at the forefront. Like, you didn't come out there saying you were a decent person and, I can be there to comfort you when you're going through something, or, make yourself more valuable outside of your money and stuff like that. Because it's like, you never know when you're going to lose your money. So I feel like I said, they don't have anything outside of that.
Okay, so occasionally I'll watch the show Cheaters. Now it's running, in syndication. They're all reruns. But I was watching an episode where, you had this lady, she was, sent the detectives on her man, and she finds her man, he was cheating on her with another chick, So what she did is she ended up finding them, and she whooped asses. She tore them up, whooped both of them up. Okay. And, it had been said that, you taking care of everything. She worked, she supported him, she paid all of the bills, took care of him, and he didn't have to worry about a thing. And so when she caught him and the woman, I mean, she let it be known, look, I'm not taking this. She beat both of them up. She cussed him out. She went up one side and down the other. And then how at the end they give you like the little commentary, like, the suspect or, the whatever, said this and that. This dude had the nerve to say, oh, well, she wasn't letting me be a man and I need to be a man. My mouth was on the floor. I'm like, dude, it was just said that she took care of all the bills, paid for everything, supported you. But on the other hand, because you couldn't follow her instruction, and keep your penis out of another female that wasn't her, she had to get with you, and so she had to put the fist down. She had to put the rules down. So if she was already taking care of everything and paying all the bills, how the hell was you gonna be a man? Where was she supposed to make you feel like a man? By not saying anything when you cheated on her? Is that where he was supposed to feel like a man?
That's why I feel like you're not supposed to do it either, because it's just like men will start to resent you for, like, even though they may be okay with it, I feel like they're going to start to resent you after a while for doing everything to take care of them. And that's why I do not take care of men. Like, you feel whatever way you need to feel about me, but it's like, I'm not taking care of you. You'll be all right. It's like, like, you're a grown adult and you're a man. Figure it out.
I just thought he was a little bit out of his body saying that.
Yeah, he was out of pocket, but I think he was out of pocket, but it's just like, at the end of the day, I also feel like she signed up for that. Because it's like, if you're paying all the bills, he ain't got to work, and he only got like 2 or 3 chores to do out the day. Like, what else is he doing with the rest of his time? Idle hands are the devil's playground.
Yeah. Okay. But let's kind of touch on.
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. I thought you was through.
Oh, well, I was just gonna add that, like, if you're gonna be sitting there taking care of a man all day, every day, then you kind of have to be ready for what may or may not come with that. And that's just one of the things that just so happened to come with it. So, yeah. Now I'm done.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Now I think we are trying. There's the other elephant in the room of older woman, younger man. Okay. And hate to say it, but it got to be said because that's how they get under. They could be low key. Some of them pedophiles, especially if there's extreme difference in age.
You mean the woman?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, that's something to consider.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
okay.
What is he that? How young is the dude that she's dating? In that instance.
Now, One dude, technically, he is about 10, 15 years younger than her. But he looks like he's 16 years old. He's 25. She's about 40. Wait, yeah, let me see. Yeah, 25. Yeah, yeah. That's about right. Yeah. Um, and he could look like one of her son's friends, even though he's about 25. In fact, when she goes shopping for clothes, uh, for her son, she goes shopping for clothes for him. And it's almost identical. The only difference is the different in colors and maybe a different brand shoe from the other. And he spends time playing video games with her son. And she tends to treat him like her son, except for this one extra thing. And when she broke up with him, the other man did not know that he was her man. He thought that was just another one of her sons. You know?
That's weird.
hmm Yeah. The other one, I didn't know right away, but he was like 17, 18, and she was like, I guess you could say about almost 40. And he got her pregnant. So that's how he ended up involved in a relationship. Oh, he worked and stuff like that, but he was extremely young. And you know, and I used to babysit this boy. And and I was surprised. I was like, okay, I seen him working. I said, wait a minute, weren't you just working over there? He said, I got two jobs. I said, okay. And he said, I gotta take care of my baby. Baby. And he said, well, yeah, I'm married. I'm thinking, okay, I'm thinking it's a young girl, one is a girl about his age. When I was pointed out who his wife is, I was like, whoa, 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 she's way older than him. Yeah, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was pregnant, his mom would pursue charges on the woman. Yeah,
Oh
but
no.
yeah. Turn out he always had a thing for older women. Don't know what caused that. But no, just the way he was. He just liked it older women. Yeah. But the relationship I found out didn't last neither. They got a divorce. I hadn't seen him to ask him his side of it. I just know they divorced. So, and the one with my cousin who looked 16 when he was 25, yes, she broke it off. Well, I just told you she had another man, and she broke it off with him. And his in the beginning, his idea of what relationship between a man and a woman was totally different. He was expecting the women to cater to him like this other woman did. And when he got into a relationship with a woman's age, it was turbulent before, he learned the relationship he had with the older woman and the other older women he had after her, that was not normal. That wasn't the way it usually is. Women are not put here to cater to a man like that. They're not supposed to treat him like a little boy or like her son, not with her man.
But for me,
That's
I think
just
that would be
very
a
weird.
complete turn off. That would be a turn if my man
Right.
is sitting there playing, video games with my son, and I'm going to the store buying them each the same clothes. You know how mothers dress their sons up, the same, they just have different colors, but they're dressed like twins. And they're both not working. I take care of both of them. They both depend on me for a roof over their head. The only difference is that I'm sleeping with one of them.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, that's weird.
No.
Yeah. Well, it
That is
must
very
eventually
weird.
turn into a turn off because after a few years, well, now let me be honest. After about 2 years, hey, she had a relationship with a man who thought her lover was her son, and he was trying to father him. And like, man, who you think you're talking to? And that's when it all came out. That he thought the man thought he was talking to 16, 17, maybe tops 20-year-old. You know, and it's like you need to go out there and work and get a job, and your mother, you know, can't be taking care of you. You said, what are you talking about? I know my mother can't be taking care of me, but I don't know where my mother is. And all that started coming about. You what? He's thinking, she got him thinking that man who's talking to him is her brother because he forgot she used to be married. So they, even though they have the same last name now because she's married, that's not her brother. Hmm.
Dang, Frankie, who are these people that you know?
Relatives, ain't that a shame?
You know some crazy people.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, didn't you notice something? Nah. All night playing video games.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Hmm.
But I
But
don't see how
I
she
think
was
I think she was
okay.
I think she was smart enough to keep the relationship at a distance. But she was dating this guy.
But how is she okay going to the store for her son and her man at the same time?
I don't know. I
Like I
do
don't
not know.
like she
It,
didn't feel weird at all.
I guess not. She did it quite a few times. I know my cousin. He's not used to picking out what he likes, but he don't think in terms of right clothes for a job interview, right clothes for church. He'll have the same outfit for everything. He don't understand changing the clothes depending on what you're doing. You know, I saw that when my mom was helping him get clothes. This was after Katrina. He stayed with my grandparents for a little while. They was trying to help all the Katrina victims, and there was places where you can go get clothes. And he's looking. He's supposed to be looking for not just clothes for everyday wear, but clothes for a job interview, clothes for I forgot, clothes for church, clothes for every event that are stuff you're involved in your life. And all he kept looking for was blue jeans, tennis shoes, and whatever shirt he happens to like. And it's
Ugh.
like, so my mom had to went back with him, say, no, 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 you need this up. My mom's good at sizing a person, thank goodness, because we was getting tired. We was just watching my mom and let her do her thing. And but as I said, he was small for his age. So with times we forgot that he was 25. We treated him like any other 16-year-old cousin or relative. And
Oy.
eventually he was able to get through to his girlfriend, who I thought was someone his age, until he was
Hold on.
gone.
So the boy is your cousin, not the woman.
Not the woman. No, no, that woman's not my cousin. The boy is my cousin.
Oh,
Nah,
okay. That's
no, 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 no. If I
So with
do,
that situation, no, what I was gonna say is that okay. So with that being said, dating a dude that's like a boy.
hmm
Now I talked about Bobby Brown and Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey and Nick Cannon.
hmm
Now, even though both of those women were, dramatically, more successful than the men that they chose as mates, and they were older
hmm
than these men. You know, Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown, and then you look at Mariah Carey and Nick Cannon. To me, Mariah Carey and Nick Cannon look like a mother-son type of a situation because she was such a woman. And when I say a woman, she was so grown and so, and when you look at Nick Cannon, he was this skinny, goofy, quirky, nerdy type boy. He was like a boy. I could not for the life of me understand what she saw in him. Now with Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown, I could kind of see it because Bobby Brown was, he was a younger dude, but he had like this, like, I'm a, playboy type, dude.
Yeah, but Bobby Brown was off the chain. I watched that. I watched that biopic. Bobby Brown was off the chain.
Yeah, he was off the chain. So I get that. I just thought that, oh my God, he's too wild for Whitney. He's gonna, really drag her through it. And then with Mariah Carey and Nick Cannon, I'm like, what is she marrying her son? He was like so little and so skinny.
Well, some older women like the fact. Some older women like the fact that they can still pull a younger dude. So that may have been the. That may have been the thing.
That goes back to the worshiping.
As a woman who likes older men, I personally don't get it. I don't know. Maybe it'll happen when I get younger. When I get older. But as of now, it ain't happening. Like I don't see what older women see in younger men. Outside of dick, like. Maybe they can put it down a little bit better or something like that. But if I had my choice, I'd have like an older gentleman or something like that because, some of them still good at what they do too.
Yeah, I think it's just totally different, with the two of them, and I just think it has to do with the man and how he acts,
Yeah, because just thinking about it is weirding me out. Like, it's really, really weird.
Yeah, very weird. But but with those women, they had control over these men. I mean, what you say. Now, I'm going to take that back. Now, it appeared, and I think it's just based on the people. Now, it appeared that Mariah Carey was more of a mother over Nick Cannon than Whitney Houston was a mother over Bobby Brown.
Right.
And didn't Bobby Brown have another woman and Whitney pregnant at the same time? Like, I wouldn't be able to consider somebody like that my son. But like, I don't know about the whole control thing because they may have had more money, but at the same time, Bobby Brown and Nick Cannon had their own little money too. So. It's not like they necessarily. Are we still talking about in the context of like women using money to control men, or just like control in general?
Yeah,
I think it's control in general.
Control the man in the relationship that they're in, And to be honest, I don't think that that's what worked with Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown because Bobby Brown came into the situation, even though he was younger. I mean, I think when they got together, Bobby Brown was like 21, 22 or something like that. And Whitney Houston was like 26, 27, a little bit more mature, and she was like America's,
that's not a huge age gap though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not. It's just that her star was quite a bit higher than where his was at the time. She had, or her star was just a little bit more like, okay, she's more of a lady, he's like a young wild guy, whereas Nick Cannon to me was just this goofy kid that played in, Money Can't Buy You Love.
Love don't cost a thing, Vonda.
Love, yeah, there you go. Love don't cost a thing. He was just a little kid, And Mariah
I look at Nick Cannon and all I see is Drumline. That's literally all I see when I look at Nick Cannon is Drumline. And he still hasn't really aged. Like, how old is he at this point? and he still doesn't even look like he's old. Like he looked like he could still be like in the high school or something like that. So
he's like what, 40?
He's got to be about 40 now.
I believe he's about 40.
Yeah, see, he still look like he about 20-ish.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know if it was all jokes, but they always did it like Mariah Carey was in control of the relationship. You know, that she was in charge. And if he didn't fall in line, he was in trouble.
I agree with that. I because of the type of star that she was, I believe that she was in charge. There was just going to be some things that wasn't going to be, she wasn't gonna. There was going to be no compromise with that. When you are a woman that makes a certain amount of money, and you control your life, there's just no way some man who is not even supporting your lifestyle is going to be able to come in and just tell you, oh, you can't buy that diamond, or you just need to cut that down on that spending.
You're right. Like, you're not about to, like, if I'm making money, I'm making my own money. You're really not about to come over here and tell me what to do with it. Just being completely honest.
Don Cato,
like, I get if I might.
Says,
huh?
No, I was just going to read a comment from the chat.
Oh, go ahead.
Don Cato, aka Gray Wolf. He says, let's be real. Some women think they're going to change a tiger to a pussycat. Agree or disagree? Now,
I agree.
with that statement, with the situations we're talking about with these guys, I would say Bobby Brown was a tiger. He was not going to be anybody's pussycat. Mm-hmm. And in my opinion, I think Nick Cannon was already a pussycat. Mm-hmm. There was nothing tigerish about him.
No. Even in the divorce, he was pushing her album, which turned out to be, she had several diss tracks on him. So the joke was on him. He's pushing her album, and some of the songs on the album was diss tracked on him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do think some women.
A lot of women, like they get with men in certain situations, thinking that they're gonna change them and stuff like that. And then when it doesn't work out, then they're all mad and stuff. And it's just like, girl, like you can't go in a relationship expecting to change nobody. Like, if they're gonna change them, they're gonna do it of their own free will. But it's like, you don't get to know how somebody is and then go in a relationship thinking you're going to change them, and then when it doesn't work out, now you're all mad and stuff like that. So I actually agree with that statement.
Yeah. I think some women do think that they're going to change a man. And you know what? Enough of them do. Mm-hmm. And that goes for the men who allow a woman to take care of them. Like I was telling you about the gentleman from Cheaters. He allowed this woman to take care of him. Yes, she told the kids, and at some point he got tired of that. But he still remained one of the kids until she had to beat him and beat them both up. So if you want to be treated like a man and you want to be a man, then you have to put those pants on. You got to put those man pants on. I feel like the man should not even allow a woman to take care of him like that. Mm-hmm. If you sit up there and you allow a woman to fully support you, what the hell do you think she's going to say? If you want to go hang out with your boys, yet you don't have no money in your pocket except for the money that she gives to you. She's going to have something to say about that. I don't want to have to give you an allowance to go out.
I do not want to have to give you an allowance to go out. Every time you need to go somewhere, you looking at me for money.
She's going to tell you when to be home. And if you're going out with your boys, one of your boys getting married and, things happen, you want to go out, stay out all night. And she's like, the hell you are. You're not about to go out with all them fools and stay out all night. You're going to be your ass home at 12 midnight, and that's that.
And see, that's the thing. I would not want to have to do that. I just wouldn't.
Yeah, something's wrong.
Like
Well,
I feel like after a certain age you should have like but first of all, I wouldn't want to be giving no man no like a whole bunch of money. Like it's one thing if like, you're going through a rough time or something and you need me to help you out, but it's just like for every little thing you need me to give you some money, like I wouldn't be able to do like I can't even see myself being in a relationship with somebody like how do y'all get turned on by men like that? Like and not y'all per se, but like how do women get turned on by men like that? Like I would not be able to do. I would be so turned off because it's just like I'm
Child, I was
taking
about
care of a
to say,
child I
I
don't
don't.
even have.
Yeah, I was like, I don't get turned like that. It's, oh, can I have some money for
Good night,
gas? Oh,
Hassan.
I need. Mm-mm.
Right. Like it's one thing if like we're both working and then you done pay like a couple extra bills up and you might need some money for gas or something every once in a while or something like that. But if like every time I turn around you holding your hand out for money, it's just like when did I have kids?
Mm.
Because we're there to help each other out and stuff like that whenever necessary. Because it's like the last guy I dated, he asked me for gas money from time to time, but I also knew that if I ever needed gas money from him, that I could go with him and ask for it. But like I said, when did I have kids? It's just like I don't know. And then I think that whole situation Vonda's talking about with the cheater situation and stuff like that. I think that's where that resentment and stuff comes in because it's just like, yeah, he's all happy with you taking care of him and stuff like that. But eventually, like, I feel like his instinct as a man is going to kick in and he's just going to feel some type of way that, oh, I have this woman taking care of me. And because she's taking care of me, she gets to call all the shots. And I can't really say anything about it.
or
Almost like you better not
he
say anything
or
about it.
sometimes
And I feel like he
it's
may have.
cheating is a control thing, a way of controlling. She can't control everything about me. She ain't controlling who, whether I sleep with just her or not.
Right. So, and I think, like, do y'all think that men start to feel that kind of way because, like, they feel like they don't have any control themselves? So now it's kind of like a power struggle?
That's what I was gonna say. Do you think, do you feel like, okay, if she's taking care of everything, she's putting everything, and she leaves instructions. Before she goes to work, she's got instructions. Kid gotta be picked up this time. Here's some money, go to the grocery store, get this and that for dinner. Make sure you pick up, the kids, take them to practice. They get out of practice at this time, and then I'll be home by this time. Do you think at some point, you know, I mean, should she be like, being nice and thank you? At some point, should he have the nerve to get upset at her because she's ordering him around? Does he
I
have a
would be
right
trying
to,
to.
like, hey,
I think I personally would
what'd
be
you say?
trying to, like, after a while, I'd be trying to figure out what I need you for. Like, what do I need you for? If the only thing you're good for is going to the store. Like I said, they have like different apps and stuff to where you can order like get your like groceries and stuff like that, and you can just drive by and pick it up and stuff like that. Like there are alternatives to having somebody doing that for you. And so if that's all you're here for, then like you can't help contribute in any way, shape, or form. If something was to happen where I was to lose my job, we're just gonna go under because it's like I can't fall back on you. So it's just like at the
Hmm.
end of the day, and in the grand scheme of things, what do I need you for? And I feel like
To
a lot
pick
of
up the
people, or I
kid.
feel like a lot of them kids will be all right. Like, and then it's like kids make friends and stuff like that. So eventually, like it might come a point where like they can get one of their friends to drop them off, and then when that happens, then what?
Yeah, I think
So
what, for
I just
some that situation works. It works for some people very well.
Uh-huh.
it works for some people. I ain't one of them. Well, because I know
No.
like I don't know, like I know the guy that I was talking to, he was talking about he wanted to go back to school. And then like when it came time for that, all of a sudden he flipped around to I don't feel like I should have to work and go to school at the same time. And then he looks at me as though I'm about to sign up for this. And I'm just like, well, what you finna do? And, and he looked like he looked like he wanted to cuss me out, but it's just like my thing is I can't see myself overworking and putting in all this extra work and all you doing is going to school. Because like my thing is like you're talking to somebody who works and goes to school and you're trying to tell me that you don't feel like you should have to work and go to school at the same time. Like I get it, don't get me wrong, because it's not easy, but it's just like you don't get to take the easy way out. Meanwhile, I'm over here working and struggling and busting my ass while you just all you got to do is go to school. Like, no, sir. So I mean, I feel like if it works for you, then it works for you. But it couldn't be me because I'm not about to overwork myself. I'm working hard enough as it is.
Well, I agree with that. I agree. I wouldn't want to do that either. I'm actually not going to get in that type of a I don't feel like there is that much of a shortage to where the only dude that I can, find is someone. Dame, take it for a minute. I need to step away for a second.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So I was waiting for a gap to bring this up. Do you think the age gap makes a difference? Because with like Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown, it's not really that much of a big gap, but yet Mariah and Cannon, there's a bigger age gap. Not to mention the maturity level. He seemed like you
I was
said,
about to say
big kid.
I think it can play a part in it because it's already said that men mature slower than women. So I don't know. It could be a thing, but I don't know. People's maturity levels vary, so I think if the maturity level is there, then it could possibly work. But I don't know. I mean, because I don't think she's ever said anything bad about Nick Cannon. I think she's always said he's a good father and everything. So,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was a little bit more mature than he just had that young look about him.
Yeah.
So, so I think the maturity levels vary, and I think it just depends on the people.
Yeah, and yeah, this is a hard one because it's usually harder to when it's the woman being older and the man being younger, and then but
Yeah.
nowadays I'm seeing it I've seen it played a little bit over the years in my community because we got a lot of older women. They don't look their age. If it wasn't for the silver in their hair, you would think they were in their mid 30s or early 40s. And these are women in their 50s, 60s, and one of them is 70, and she don't look any older than a 35-year-old, 40-year-old. And they being low key pursued quietly by these men who are in their mid 30s. And and one case where I don't think it panned out, I think she was old enough to have been his teacher, or she was a teacher, not his teacher, but teacher at the school where he went. But as far as I could tell, it did not pan out. They were just friends. But I just thought it was interesting that he was pursuing her, you know.
I do agree with you when you say, that, women today of a certain age, don't necessarily look their age. It predominantly Black women I'm speaking about.
Yeah.
Because it worked out differently. When I was younger, I attracted older men, anywhere from 10 to 20, 25 years older than me, older men were attracted to me. And, I think that's just the way nature works, older, looking for always for something younger. My husband was 8 years older than me. And, even when I was younger, I was always thought to be older. Oh, you're so mature for your age. You seem older than, 18, you seem older than, the age that you are. And then I was told by an older woman, she said, well, child, when you get older, it's going to work in reverse. And so that's what has happened. It does work in reverse, and I do have, younger dudes that approach me, not that guys my age, don't approach me, but it's usually the younger guys, none of them young enough to be my son, unless I was very, very young when I had a child. But, the younger dudes, they do, come at me, and, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the dating younger. That's absolutely fine with me. I have absolutely no problem with that. But, with him, being a younger dude, I don't think, okay, well, now that I'm older and I'm established and, I'm set, it's my life, he doesn't have to have anything. It's like, no, I still look for, a man who's put together. And when I say a man who's put together, a man who, stands on his own 2 feet, a man who supports himself, a man who actually is a man who provides. I mean, if you can't even provide for yourself, I cannot even expect an inkling of that from you, for me.
Right. See, I've had
so
that experience.
First and
That's
foremost,
been my experience too. What are you saying
with
about
the younger man. No, I just said he has to be. Yeah, he has to be self-sufficient. He has to be able to take care of himself. I'm not looking for a man who's looking for a mother. And I can mother or baby my man to a point, but when it comes to provision, supporting, I still feel that that's a man's job to do. I still feel a man should be able to hold it down.
Yeah, eventually you're gonna have to get
Just
the titty out. I mean, like get off the titty. But like, I mean, I've had those situations too. Yeah, I've had those situations too, where like me being younger and me being in school, and I talk to older men about me wanting to be a doctor and stuff like that. Like it's a turn on for them actually, and they feel like, oh, you have all of this going for yourself. You're working and you live by yourself and blah blah blah. It makes them want to pursue you even more. But what I have noticed too is that like when it comes to guys my age, I feel like they're a little bit more intimidated by, the fact that that I'm in school and I'm working 2 jobs and, I want to be a doctor and all this other stuff. And I've had to tell people, I was like, just because I want to be a doctor, that doesn't make me better than you or anything like that. It's just something that I feel like I want to do with my life. And, and I've had to tell people like you don't necessarily have to go to school to be successful and stuff like that. Like you can still be successful. And it doesn't really matter what you want to do, regardless of whether you want to go to med school or not. But I find like a lot of guys my age are actually intimidated by that. Now, whether it's because they don't really have any plans for their life or, whatever the case may be, I don't know. But I find them to be a lot more intimidated by when I tell them like my goals and stuff like that, as opposed to older men who like they see it as a turn on, and they see it as a challenge, because it's just like, oh, I can't step to her any kind of, like, she might be younger than me, but I can't step to her any kind of way, because it's just like I don't there's nothing I can hold over her. You know what I mean? Like, she's working, she's making her own money, she's going to be making more money once she's done with everything she needs to do as far as school and stuff is concerned. And so I don't know. I just feel like they just take certain, like, older men and younger men take certain things differently. From my perspective.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's really been my experience that and this is just with what I've met. Most you know, black guys that I meet, you know, I make more money than them. And it's been that way for me. But with that being said, you know, just because I make more money does not make me a boss, you know, because I don't want to
Right.
be a grown man's boss. He needs to be his own boss. I don't want to be your boss.
Yeah.
So and some men can find that very intimidating. Um, they feel like, oh well, you know, I can't tell her anything, you know, because she makes more money than me. But with that being said, I and the attitude and the confidence of the man. You know, if you're dealing with a woman who is basically giving you the attitude and letting you tell me anything because I make more money than you, then yeah, you're gonna run into some problems with her. But if you come into
Yeah.
it being intimidated because she does make more money than you and you feel like you can't say anything, then you may not
We can sense
necessarily
it.
be the person for her because yeah, because she's not gonna, you know, be able to you know say things that you're going to disagree because you feel like okay, well she makes more money than me, so I'm just gonna let her, you know. I don't even see that as a man being a real man. I feel like, you know, don't be intimidated by, you know, what you've seen, you know, like you said, I'm being a doc, I'm
Right.
going to be a doctor. You know, it just means that I have a lot of schooling that I have to do. And, you know, I'm going to have a lot of credentials when all of this is done, but it doesn't make me better than you. They may be
Right. And it doesn't
intimidated
make you any less
because,
of
you
a
know,
person.
exactly. But they might be intimidated because, wow, she's smart. You know, and sometimes some guys can be intimidated by that, by smart women.
Right. So yeah, I mean that's just been my personal experience. And I wouldn't want a man to feel like that because I feel like even if I do make more money than you, it's like it's not even necessarily about the money. It's about like your decision making skills. And it's like, okay, I'm making more money than you, but like if something was to happen and I was to lose my job, could I depend on you until I get back on my feet and stuff like that? Like are you going to have my back in certain situations? It's just like, because you can have money, but it's just like if you ain't making good, quality decisions with your money and stuff like that, you're not going to have it for long. So, I feel like it just has to be more than just money when it comes to dating and stuff like that. And that's why I tell people, like, you don't necessarily have to go to school to be successful. And just because you did go to school and you get a degree or whatever, it doesn't make you better than anybody. It just means you got a degree and you knew what you were
Exactly.
doing as far as school. And quite frankly, some of y'all were cheating on those
That's
tests. So like really, it's like those of us who are in college are not impressed by people run. Those of us who have been to college are not impressed by people running around talking about they have degrees and stuff. It's just like, okay, and so I think that's just like one of those
yeah,
perspectives that I want to get on it because it's like I know a lot of people try to shame people who don't have college degrees. And I'm just like, at the end of the day, that doesn't necessarily mean anything because there are, like I said, there's more than one way to be successful. And then on top of all of that, it's just like, some of y'all do have the college degree and some of y'all still aren't getting dates because at the end of the day, you're a shitty person.
yeah,
So I think
that's
I
very
just think
true.
that's something to consider. And you graduated college, but you're still a shitty person. You graduated college, but your decision making skills are just like not up to par. You graduated college, and it's just like, but it's like, what did you really get out of it when you're still like the same person that you were in high school or something like that? You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah.
So I think that's just
Well,
how
I
I
can
feel
agree
about it.
with
Like
that.
going to college doesn't determine whether you're a good person or not. And I just feel like people need to start acting like it does. But like I said, even if I make more money than my man, like I feel like if he's still a decent leader and provider and stuff like that, I could still follow him and I could still let him lead me.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely. Because
you know,
it doesn't matter the amount of money you make to shows whether you can be a leader or not. It's how comfortable you are
right,
in your skin, skills you have as a leader. You know, do you have leadership skills?
right.
You know?
Right. And like I said, being a doctor is just something that I chose to do with myself. It's just what I chose for my career. You know, that doesn't make you any less of a leader
Mm-hmm.
just because I'm a doctor. Because I mean, as a man, there are certain things that you know that I don't know, and I think sometimes you just have to take that into
Okay, ladies.
consideration.
Well, I
Okay.
think through that, I mean, it is a consensus. We do feel like, some women do use having more money, than the man they're dating as a form of control, as we've seen men do that with women as well. I think we all pretty much agree that we're not looking to date our son or to son our man, at the end of the day, but that's not the way everyone does it. But now what we're going to do is we're going to get into our third topic, which is, should parents be their kids' best friends? And parents who compete with their children. We have a generation of, millennials, for instance, and let's say their parents, were teenage parents and they had these kids. Now these kids are grown up, or as they were growing up, they may have had, situations where their parents competed with them or their parents tried to be their best friend. Um, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a small musical interlude, and then we're going to get back and we're going to get into this third topic. And after we're done with the third topic, we're going to bust it wide open with let's talk about sex, y'all. We're going to bust it wide open, okay? So we got one more topic, and then we're going to bust it wide open with let's talk about sex. So everyone,
Vonda, we can't have that conversation. I'm a good wholesome girl, remember?
you are Khadijah, and I appreciate your wholesome, contributions. So I
Mm-hmm.
know that when let's talk about sex comes up, you're going to be such a contributor with your wholesome, good, loving self. So everybody, go to the bathroom, drink, and enjoy the music.
And you don't stop, keep it on, keep it on, you don't keep it on, keep it on, we'll the party. Let's take a little time and talk about it. What's going through your mind as we share it? Oh, it's alright. I wanna ride. I would be loud. I can tell. Make me wanna flip and you can tell. You ain't feeling the same shit, girl. I get it. Like icing on the cake. I wanna stay. We can do our thing together. Don't stop. You ain't gotta stop. Keep trying. Don't stop. Put the music up. Rock with me on top. We can take it on. What's it gonna be? Don't you want to be I'm gonna party. Yeah. Let's go somewhere and finish what we started. Come on. Cause right from the beginning I was on it. I know you felt these vibes. You know I felt you rise. So why don't we stop above the dance floor? You and me, cause I wanna know just how deep does your love. So tell your boys tonight. We're gonna ride until the wild day. Ain't gotta stop, baby, do your thing. Don't stop, the music drops. Walk with me. We can take it on. What's it gonna be? Don't you wanna be at the party? Stop, you ain't gotta stop. Baby, show your mind. Don't stop, if the music drops. Walk with me.
Hey, hey, hey. Welcome back, everyone. I want to thank everyone for joining us here at the Ebony Star Network for Ladies Night. We have on our panel the lovely lady Dame Frankie and also the beautiful Khadijah Hunter. So we're going to be getting into our third topic. Should parents be best friends with their children? Now, I don't think so. Now, being a parent myself, I really feel like this is not the correct thing to do. Parents should remain parents to their children. There should be a level of boundaries, between parent and said child. Now, it's okay, I think, to be friendly with your child, but as far as being your child's friend, that's a good idea. I really don't. So, Dame, what do you think about this, being best friends with your child, even competing with your child? What's your take on it?
Is she here?
Khadijah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. So
Oh,
what do you think?
okay. Well, I don't even know because I ain't got no kids, so I don't know. Like, I think, I think that you could be friends in a sense, but then, like you said, you still have to have those boundaries. Like, you can come and talk to me, but you can't disrespect me either. So I don't know, because it's like me and my dad are tight, right? So I I can come and talk to him about things, but I also have a healthy level of respect and fear of him too, because I know if I disrespect my dad, it's gonna be on and popping at the same time. So I think y'all can be, and then I think it's also because I'm older too. Like y'all can get more into the friendship stage as you get older, and you're more self sufficient, and you don't have to depend on them as much. So I think like the friendship would have to become like more as you're like older and on your own and stuff like that. Definitely not when they're like in the process of raising you, because like I guess the lines could get blurred. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's more possible for the lines to be blurred raising the child. Now, when the child is being raised by the parent, those lines, it has to be established who the parent child is, and each person, they got to play their part. Um, and so being a parent, you have to tell your things that they're not going to want to hear. You're going to have to tell them things that they're not going to, agree with you on. But hey, I'm the parent. I put my foot. This is just what it is. You may not like it. You may not like this rule, but you know what? When you get older, you'll understand, why things are like this. Emmanuel Briggs, he said he was friendly with his two daughters, but at the end of the day, he was dad. And I completely agree with that. I was the same way with my son when I was raising him. I was very frank with him, very candid, very straightforward. I did not mince my words, and I kept it where it was open. There was really no discussion I wouldn't have with my son. But the way he was so embarrassed for me to even mention things. It was like, oh no, I don't want to hear this from my mom. And I'm like, look,
Yeah.
you're out there having, you need to buy condoms, and if you don't have any condoms, I can buy them for you. Don't let that be a reason. If you want to be having sex, I can't necessarily tell you not to and you not do it, but I want you to be, fully aware, and I want you to have alternatives, and I want you to be safe if you're going to be out there
Oh
doing it
God.
anyway. And anytime I
Yeah, mama.
mentioned sex, he was like, Mom,
Yeah, like
no,
nobody
it
wants
was
to hear
like
y'all
covering.
talk about that. Like, ew. It's like ew. Like my mom came in the room and gave me condoms one time, and I was just like, lady, for real. It was so awkward. And it's like, it's not necessarily that we don't want, I can speak from the child's perspective since I don't have any kids. It's not necessarily that we don't want to hear it when it comes to that. It's just like, it's weird hearing our parents talk about it. It's just like, ew. It's just like, I don't want to hear that from my mom. And then, like, my mom, she told me, she was like, and then when I did become sexually active, my mom tried to get me to use tampons or whatever. And she was like, well, you're already taking dick, so you can go ahead and get, use tampons. I was like, oh my goodness. I said, look, I was just like, where's the correlation? And I was just like, and then y'all don't help either. Like, y'all just make it so awkward.
Well, the whole thing of it is that with parents, they don't want you to be all, super shell shocked. But I guess you say, well, shoot, you're already taking dick. You could go ahead and start using these. It's like, oh my God, Mom.
Look, I know y'all be trying not to shell shock us, but let me tell you something. Y'all be doing it anyway. Y'all be scarring us for life. It's like the craziest thing ever. And it's like, I appreciate that she did have those conversations with, I will say, I do appreciate that she had those conversations with me, because I listen to some of these people on here. It's just like, y'all don't know how sex works, and it shows. And it's just like, I'm glad I'm not one of those people. So I am happy that she did have those conversations with me. But it's awkward, and it's going to be awkward, and there's nothing you can do to change that. So it's just like, I don't know what y'all want from us.
Loose. That's what your parents want you to do, is loosen up.
What? No.
Relax.
No, ew, God, no. No. No, ew.
Well,
no, it's like, you're my mom. Like, no.
Well,
I mean, it's not like you got to go out clubbing with your mom, but just relax. Go ahead.
Well, my first sex talk with my mom, I was maybe 5 or 6. I don't remember what she told me too much. I just remember my godmother's reaction to it. She was like, you can't tell her that. I said, well, she gotta know the truth. Well, as far as I know, my mom, I just asked a question, where do babies come from? My mom gave me the vague truth as I could handle it. All I wanted was an answer. She gave me an answer. I was cool with it. But the observation of my godmother was like, you don't tell children that before their time. And she felt, I guess, at 5 years old, that wasn't my time or something like that. I don't even remember what it was about. Okay.
Well, how young do y'all feel is too young, though?
Yeah. I don't know. But all I did was ask.
To be honest,
she didn't lie to me. Said from a cabbage under the leaves, birds and bees. She just said, I don't know what she said. That's the thing. That's how uncaring that I was at that age. I just wanted an answer. But
because I mean, the thing is,
action was more interesting. So I guess
because the thing is,
truth.
I think the thing is, like, some children are a little too young to process stuff like that, but then at the same time, they're like developing earlier and earlier these days. So it's just like, how young is too young?
Yeah.
Yes, I truly believe that once the child starts asking questions, and depending on the questions that they're asking, you need to start formulating, or when they're noticing that certain things are happening, or, oh, Mrs. So-and-so is pregnant. How did she get that baby in there? She's having another baby. Where'd that baby come from? Then you're like, instead of, like you say, there was a stork that came and brought the baby, or you start saying, okay, you have to start talking. You have to find a way to say it. You say, well, when a man and woman, decides to be in a committed relationship and they love each other, and then Miss Johnson, she don't have a husband. Well, how'd she get that baby in there? I want to know how she got that baby. You'd be like, it goes off. But kids they're formulating things in their head, and they want to know, Miss Johnson don't have a husband, and you said a woman has to have a husband to get a baby in her stomach because they think it's in the stomach. They want to know how that baby got in there. So that's when you have to start telling them the logistics of it. You don't have to be graphic, because the more graphic you are, they're not going to even understand those graphic terms. So you explain it in terms in language that they understand. But what you don't do is I don't think you should pretend like, oh, don't worry about it, because they're going to always be curious. They're going to always want to know. So once the kid starts asking questions, that's the time you open your mouth and you start letting them know certain things. They let you know when they want to know. And then you think about, what I do is I think back what happened when I was that age, because I never got the birds and the bees talk. I never got it. It was just basically, I was told, when my cycle started, it was like, okay, you take these, you pull the little, strip off and you put them on your panties. That way you don't mess your panties up when you have your cycle every month. And you can get pregnant, don't get pregnant. And just like, what?
Right,
I was like,
no description, no nothing. I just walk around and I magically end up pregnant or something like that.
You know what? I used to think that you can get pregnant sitting on the toilet seat. And then I realized, I eventually figured out that you couldn't. But I mean, we did have sex ed, in school, and my parents, they signed the papers
so that away
I
for
could,
a lot of people.
Yeah, exactly, because it's mandatory now. It's mandatory that whatever it is, and they teach those kids about same sex, everything. So my thing is that it is more imperative now for parents to have these open discussions with their kids than wait for the school to say, oh, a woman could be with a woman, a man can be with a man, and the kid be like, wait a minute, now I'm really confused, because they telling me, the kid's not really understanding. So I think with all the new information that is being introduced to children, you really should keep an open, forum, an open line of communication. The way that I am now, instead of being so harsh, like with my son, I was like, hey, let's talk about sex. He was like, oh no, mom, no, I don't want to talk about that with you. The way I am, like with my grandkids, I just tell them, I say, hey, anything that you guys ever want to talk about, doesn't matter, how good or bad, you guys know that you can talk about it with me. You can always tell me anything. And I've been telling them this since they were like 4 or 5 years old. So now they've gotten so used to hearing, oh, you could tell me anything. You could tell me anything. You could tell me anything. That, they do, come and talk to me. They do come in and tell me things, so I think it makes them more comfortable with it, because I didn't feel comfortable going to my mom and saying, hey, I'm ready to have sex, because the first instructions I got regarding sex was, you better not do it and you better not get pregnant. And like I said, I did the sex ed in school. So I learned, how the penis goes inside the vagina and he ejaculates, and, I miss my period, and then there's a baby. I learned all of that. So the whole objective for me was to never let the penis in my vagina, then I would never have a baby. And that's just the way it was. Until it wasn't.
I think one of the things too is that sometimes kids can feel a little bit more comfortable talking to somebody that's not their parent. But then it's just like, for one, it's just like, do you want everybody teaching your child? And then it's just like, some parents don't know themselves. So how do you teach something that you don't know?
Interesting. Yeah. But the best observation I've seen with it, with my friends' kids, they they broke it up into levels, and I think my mom did too in a certain way, because the next time we had the sex talk was when I was about 9 or 10 years old, when I was, you know, on the edge of puberty. And also because her mom died not too long after giving her the puberty talk. So, my mom was like really emphasizing that she was gonna let me know in case something happened to her, I know from her. And she told me about puberty, things I'm going to go through, the cycle, how it works, the rhythm method, and how it's supposed to work, and that it don't really work for everybody because everybody's cycle is different. So my next talk was like 9 and 10, and when I started developing breasts, and it carried on until I was 11. And it was supposed to end there, and then my mom had the sex talk with her brother, the uncle that's a little bit older than me, because my grandfather idea was the sex talk was to throw a condom at him, tell him to use it, and don't bring home no babies. That was it. That was it as far as my grandfather was concerned. My mom was like, that is not enough. And she had a talk with him, not only about how to use it, where to get them, why you should be using it. What are your plans? Are your plans to, to be a father at this age or later and stuff like that? And um, are your plans to stay in this town, to work your father's store or become a store owner? And my uncle didn't have those plans. He said, look, because of because our town is small, you're kind of a big fish in a little pond. So you're gonna have girls throwing themselves at you. She gave the whole thing, and she decided to knock out two birds with one stone. I had to be there for it too. And I was given the condom talk. I was given well, I had the additional birth control talk. He had the I don't care what she says, what she's using, wearing condoms at all time. I don't care what he says, how in love with you. He wears a condom at all time. You're not wearing a condom, you don't have sex. Anyway, that was the next sex talk. 16-year old. The next sex talk was mom was observing that I was really into this little raggedy book that she never seen before. I was walking down the street, I was taking a bath. When she came to my school, I was walking down the school reading a book. So she was suspicious of this book. So she comes up to me, "What are you reading?" Nothing. "Oh, really?" Usually I go into details about book. Nothing. Where you get this book from? Library. Where at the library? Swap box. She held out and give it here. Why? Give it here. It was a sex manual where this woman talked about sex and everything from uh, sex protection, BDMS, whatever that is. Yeah, I mean, I forget, remember the initials. To prostitution of every level. So I was in the description on how to do certain sexual things. So she's like, "Give me the book." But why? Just give me the book. I want to see it. I want to read it for myself. I was like, oh, shoot, I'm going to be in trouble. I gave her the book. My book disappeared for 2 weeks. I observed my mom reading the book. And almost every free moment she had. You know, I've seen my mom read gardening books and books that she has interest in, but not really, really read a book. And I was like, oh, okay, what's going on here? I was like, dang it, I'm really in trouble. That means she's thoroughly reading that book. She's not just skimming through it. Skimming through it was enough. Okay, so surprisingly enough, she got through with it and she gave it back to me. And all she told me was, do you have any questions? No. Maybe after I get through the book, okay, ask me any questions you have. And it was like, and don't let my uncle that's younger than me, don't let him read the book because she observed us sharing him and me sharing uh um skin magazines that we found. One of my mom's ex liked skin magazines, and we found some of his hiding spots. And she was like, don't show the younger uncle this book. And I'm curious. You think I just would grab the book and run away, but I'm curious, why not? Now, that's not for him. Okay. So I kept my promise. I wasn't finished with that book. I wasn't getting in trouble. She didn't want him to see it. She didn't want to see it. And then I had to sit into another sex talk for the younger uncle. Okay. So my mom had different levels of sex talk, and I have friends. They have different levels as their child progress and stuff like that. Yeah, cause I was talking with one of my friends' daughter. She was talking with one of her friends, cause she's her a younger church member, but still a friend. I was like, oh, it's like my mom already gave me the sex talk, and she said, oh yeah, she gave you a sex talk. There's gonna be other sex talks. Uh, It said when you get older, there's gonna be a next level. She said, I'm worried about what kind of sex talk my mom's gonna have for me when I'm 17 and 20 years old. She said, I'm just starting to handle the sex talk we having now. But she said she's glad her mom, told her some stuff. And she shared because she talked with friends, and there's a lot of stuff that they ignorant about, don't know nothing about, or they got some wrong information about. So she, even though it embarrassed her to death, and and she don't want to hear it, she's glad she heard
Hmm.
it. Cause she said, I'd rather
Well,
know.
I'm going to tell you,
Mhm.
I was a very curious kid, and I would read a lot. So I
Mhm.
don't know where I got this book from, but I found it somewhere. I mean, we had books all in our house, so I mean, we knew where my dad, kept his girly magazine. So we
Mhm.
did find those, and so I'm Playboy, Hustler. We saw those
Mhm.
magazines. Um, so I mean, kids are curious. We knew stuff, and sometimes we found their stuff. We're like, "What is this?" We had no idea what it was and how they used it. There was no internet look it up, to see what it was. But we were like, yeah, we didn't know what it was, but we knew where to find the stuff. Kids were just curious. But I had this. I would read this book and I kept it under my pillow, and it was called "Everything You Wanted to Know About Sex But Was Afraid to Ask."
Mm.
You know,
Oh.
because my mom was not one of those moms you can go to and ask. Like I said, she told me, here, you when you have your cycle, you put this on your panties and you don't mess your panties up. But you now you can get pregnant, don't get pregnant, no have no babies. Don't do it. So that was the lesson I got from her. So I don't know how she
Yeah.
found it. Maybe she was changing my shift or something and she found this book and she was like, what are you doing with this book? This book is too advanced for you. And she just went on and on and on and on how I shouldn't be reading this book, but I was going to read the book. I mean, my mom had this back in the day, they had this magazine called Jive. I don't know if there's anybody, I'm aging myself, but I don't know if there's anybody in the chat that Jive was, but my mom used to have those magazines, and they would just tell you these stories, basically these love stories about, men and women, and it would tell
Mhm.
you everything. So I would
Mhm.
take my mom's Jive magazines and I'd be like, oh my God, they what? What does that mean? I mean, so I read, sexually explicit content, in story form,
Mhm.
romance
Yeah.
novels are very
Uh-huh.
explicit. If you've ever
Yeah.
read romance novels, they are extremely explicit.
They are
And
now.
Yes, I
I
love them.
was I was a whole connoisseur when I was a kid. That is all I read. I'm like, oh my, he did what with his mouth? I was like, was just like, but I read all of this, but it was all in the romance novel. But listen, the way they presented it in the book, it was so I couldn't wait to fall in love, so I could do all of these great things that they were doing in this book. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, she loves him.
Right, and then,
great. You know?
And then you get older and realize it's not that easy.
Exactly. Yeah, you could end up with a baby or an STI if you're not careful. So you're like,
yes,
oh,
like,
okay.
I hate these.
Who knows
Like,
what is? Yeah.
I will say those books give you some ideas, but they give you some good ideas, but they also give you like a false sense of like the dating game and stuff like that. I'm just like,
but mesh that with Playboy paperbacks, a sex manual, the joy of sex. You get a little confused there. And have some naughty, very naughty, realistic dreams.
Iceberg Slam and some Donald Goin. I was reading those. I mean, like I said, I found all my mom and dad's book, and I was like, oh my, they did what? I was like, oh my, that's it. So explicit language and content and activity, I read at a very young age, and I read, that was all I did was read. So I would read all this stuff, you know, and it was just,
it feels very interesting read when you're just getting started. Like,
yes, it very much so is.
Like
so in that aspect,
reading, and it's like you're sitting there reading, it's like, ooh, I think I might want to try that.
Well, the stuff that they said, oh, and that's gonna hurt. I believed. I'm like, oh my, that hurts. I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. You know. So you just had all these ideas of what sex was. You know, it really was not the best depiction, but that's what you had. You know, and I was just like, and like I said, some of it I didn't understand because with the Iceberg Slam and the Donald Goin, it was mixed in with, you know, drug addiction, and I was like, what? What is that? You know, I didn't really know, and I couldn't just go and ask my mom, you know, what are needles, or where do you get needles from, or like, what the hell are you asking me that for? You know, she'd be like, what are you talking about? So I couldn't tell them, I couldn't let them know that I was reading their stuff. I had to make sure I read it and I put it back the way I found it. Exactly. They never knew. They never knew. But I definitely did not tell my brothers and my sisters because I would have got busted. We would have all got busted. There was just no way. So I was very quiet, and I could do it. I could do it very well. Crew, you're right. Books are better than the movies. They are better than the movies because some of them books I for days. I'm like endless.
It's only so much that you can show in a movie, especially if it's like a big movie that everybody's going to see. Like, it's only so much, and like the books are much more descriptive, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, and your imagination.
They tell you how the person felt while they was doing it. I'll be like, oh my gosh. So I was like, okay, well, that's something I don't ever want to do, you know. And T said her first dirty magazine was seeing LaToya Jackson and Playboy at Blockbuster.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was very PG, but it was raunchy back in his day. But when you think about it now, that was very PG. You know.
Yeah, let's see. I've seen the JCPenney a catalog, the Victoria's Secret catalog, the Playboys, the Penthouse, the Hustler, and some really raunchy. I didn't want to see so much exposure of women again in my life. It's like, in fact, I wanted it out my house. That's why when I was trying to get rid of it, my little uncle found it. I let him have it. It's like, okay, just don't say where you got it from. I don't want Big Mama coming after me about it. But my mom caught it.
I was very intrigued by it. No. I was very intrigued by it, although I do feel like, you know, it gave you like an inaccurate description of sex in the dating game, because it was just like I know when I became sexually active, I was like, where are these women finding all these men with this bomb ass dick from? Because so far, I'm unimpressed.
Yeah. Oh, and then my uncle that's a little older than me brought porn in the house, and then had
Vonda,
the
you
nerve to
laughing, but I'm
leave it.
serious.
Yeah, he couldn't watch it over his house, so he watched it over at our house and keep me locked up in the room, but then forget the videotape and the VCR. Like I wasn't going to watch it. I almost would have made it that he wouldn't have caught me, except the tape was hot because the VCR was hot because I was trying to hurry up, get it exactly where he had it. Then he wanted to rat
Oh
on
yeah,
me.
you had to sync up the VCR tape to the right spot. You be like, okay, get it back to the right spot.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. So he decided to rat me out to my mom and said, "You're 12 years old. You're not supposed to be watching this. Excuse you. You brought it to my house, left it in my VCR, and you expect me not to find out what it was? You done lost your mind." He said, "I'm gonna tell your mom. Go ahead. You're gonna be in more trouble than I will." And my mom was just nonchalant. So he's like, "She was watching porn." And my mom was like, "And?" "But she was watching porn. She's 12. How did she get the porn?" I left it in the VCR. So it's your fault that she was watching porn. So then next thing you know, we had to have the sex talk about how that's not real. Women don't really act like that. Um,
Yeah, it's
and you
highly
can't
over
go by the
exaggerated.
noise she's making to find out if she's enjoying sex. That's women faking sex. If you want to learn how women fake sex, you watch a porno.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
didn't
high. Because
hell
when I
with
tell
that.
you,
What is it?
when I tell you, when I tell you, I was highly disappointed. Like, I mean, like it wasn't bad or anything, but I'm just like, look, I want to be screaming like the bitches in the video and stuff like that. Like, where, like, who can make me do all that?
Yeah.
And then I
And
found
after
out,
a while,
and
you
then I
get
found out it
bored
wasn't
with it.
realistic. Yeah, and then I found out it wasn't realistic, and I'm just like, okay, so I'm gonna just
Yeah.
be in a perpetual state of disappointment with y'all, apparently.
Yeah. One of my men was so disappointed. He's trying to watch a porn with me, and I watch it for like 5 minutes, and then I pull out a book and start reading. And he noticed, "Hey, why are you reading a book? There's a movie right there." I'm bored. How can you be bored with this? Cause it's the same thing over and over again. It's like golf. It's more interesting to do than to watch. And I said, "Don't you think you can learn something from that?" No. Are you trying to have a three-way with me and another dude?
No,
Okay, I'm willing to try. If
no.
if I get to pick out the other dude. No, that's not a good threesome. Well, what do you call a threesome? A good threesome? A man with two women. That I said no, that ain't gonna work. Why not? I said two women cannot share one dick. Sorry,
I
but
know I
hey,
can. I'm stingy.
yeah. They said, well, yeah, they could go
I'm
one at a
stingy.
time. No, 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 no,
Mm-mm.
no. The woman who has to go behind has to taste the the um the pussy of the other woman on his mouth or his dick. No, it's not going to work unless you
Yeah,
happen
too
to
much.
like. Yeah, too much. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm just stingy. Like I just know, like I'm not sharing. Like the hell.
Mm-hmm.
And then quite frankly, like a lot of guys be wanting threesomes and stuff like that, and y'all can barely handle one woman.
Yeah.
The only reason why men prefer threesomes and they always talk about threesomes is they want to see two women together. Because when they say threesome, they are not saying, oh, I'd love to see her, get done by another dude. They are not trying to do that. They are not trying to see that. They want to see
Yeah,
her
and
and two chicks go at it.
Mm-hmm.
Put a one in the chat, dudes, if that's really what it is. Don't be
Yeah.
shy.
Yeah.
yeah, and I definitely
That's
wouldn't
not
want
gonna.
another. I
That's not
wouldn't want
gonna
another
happen.
guy. I feel like that's too much meat. Like no, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
Yeah. that's too much work. I just mainly say that to, hey, I'm not having threesome of any sort. But if I'm going to have a threesome, it's going to be me and two dudes. But hey,
No, I'm not having no threesome. I'm good on
I'm not
that.
having no
Like, I don't
threesome.
like. Look,
It's just
like,
the
look.
just the
If we can't,
discussion
if
from
we
his.
can't, if the two of us can't make it happen together, somebody ain't doing something right, and we need to get that figured out.
Yeah. And usually they say that before we actually do it. By the time we through, they don't have no energy for no other woman. No. All she gonna do is just be watching us. She ain't getting none. And be like, you might as well just go at home. You ain't getting any of this. Cause by the time I get through with him, he'll be asleep.
Yeah, no, I'm good on all that, all the extra people in the bedroom and stuff like that. I feel like we need to, figure out how we gonna make this work together, or we need to go our separate ways because life is too short for trash dick. And that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of guys in my town now I don't mess with because I know where their penis been. And I ain't going there.
Look,
See, even K
I
Black Supreme said it. Nothing sexier than two women. Yeah,
look,
that's what men want.
I straight up told a guy, like, once I felt like we were getting to that point where we were gonna end up getting it in or whatever, I told him straight up, like, look, if your dick is trash, I'm not gonna call you no more.
Oh,
Like,
I thought I was wrong. I did the same
no,
thing.
I'm
I
just
said,
not
you
gonna,
got
like,
one
I'm not
chance.
even, yeah, like, I'm not even about to have that negative, and usually because I deal with older men, I'm a lot stricter on them. Like, I feel like I shouldn't have to teach you anything. So, like, if it's trash, I'm just not gonna call you no more. It is what it is. No hard feelings, no love lost.
And and don't they be the same ones that be calling you? They wanna hit it again. Oh, come on, just one more time. Oh, no. You didn't do so well the first time. Why would I waste my time with the second time?
Well, he was actually pretty good at it, so I mean, it wasn't like a complete waste or anything like that. But like, I mean, I did straight up tell him that, like, look, I ain't even about to waste your time. Like, if it ain't good, just look, okay. If it ain't
Yeah.
good, I ain't gonna call you no more. And he was like, so if we get to that point and you don't like it, you just say, go call me no more. I said, hey, my man, look, okay, life is too short. Uh,
One guy I bounced
Emmanuel
on him.
Briggs
He
said,
still don't know where I live or what's my phone number. Even when I call him, it's like my number has changed.
Emmanuel Briggs said, don't make him go find my mom. Look, okay, I feel like at this point she know what's going on and she know how I feel about it, so she'll be all right.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she
They,
feel the same way too. Like I think most women feel that way.
mm,
Now,
yeah.
like I'm not about to be sitting there wasting my time and my energy for you. First of all, to be doing the bare minimum, I don't even get nothing out of it, and like
Hmm.
no, I'm good. I'll be celibate.
Yeah. Sometimes
So
it's
So you
yeah.
know what?
it's just not
You
worth
draw
the
some
bother.
real hard lines in the sand, Khadijah. You draw some real hard lines in the sand, and you don't mince your words. And you know what, sis? That is quite all right. You know that, and I commend you on that. You
Hmm.
know, I commend you on that. You know, standing strict to your guns, and who cares what the popular decisions are of the day. You have Khadijah's, decisions and feelings of the day, and you're not going to go with what's popular and what's against your beliefs. And it's
Because like the
the
thing
way
is
that.
like I feel like the thing is like okay, like sex shouldn't be the most important part of a relationship, but it's just like if your dick is going to be the only one I'm hopping on for the rest of my life, it at least needs to be good. And that's just how I feel about it. And a
Amen.
lot of people like look at me. A lot of people look at me sideways because I say that, but I'm just like, look, I mean, if if having trash dick in your life is one of your goals and stuff like that, then have at it. But I won't be doing it because it's just like what if y'all get into like an argument or something like that? Like you like there's like absolutely nothing to make like at least try to like get me to reconsider or anything like that. Like
Yeah.
no.
What's the point of making up if the makeup sex is going to be horrible?
Yeah, like you can at least give me like you can at least have something to give me something to think about. It's like, okay, well maybe it's like, yeah, he forgot to walk the dog and take out the trash today, but he ain't all that bad. Like
All righty then. Well, I can say, ladies, that we have definitely answered whether you should be friends with or not, best friends with your kids or not. We kind of got off topic, but you know what? This is what it's all about, because we are going to be going into our installment, our series of Let's Talk About Sex. It had to get there. It was going to get there. So now that we've warmed it up for you ladies and gentlemen out there in the chat. We've warmed it up. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a small break. Go get yourself a nice libation, use the bathroom, and when you come back, we're gonna talk a little bit about sex. Nothing too raunchy, but you never know where it can go. So, with that being said, we're
I'm
gonna
a good
take a
wholesome
nice
girl
musical.
though.
Yes, we are wholesome women, wholesome girls. So we're gonna come back. We're going to have a nice wholesome discussion. So enjoy the music.
When I get that feeling, I want sexual healing, sexual healing. Oh, baby, make me so sweet. My mind, sexual healing, baby, is good. Sexual healing is something that's good for me. Whenever I'm and my emotions, community, something I can do. I can get on the phone and call my baby. I know you'll be there to give me some love here. We'll see if you don't know the thing you're feeling. Oh, I know that it's sexual healing. Get up, get up. Let's make love tonight. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Cause you do it right. Hey, I got sick this morning. I see the storm inside. Baby, I think I'm capsizing. The waves are rising and rising. And when I get that feeling, I want sexual healing. Sexual healing is good to me. So fine, it's such a rush. Love to be love my sexual healing. It's good to me. Feeling it, that's good for me. It's good, and it's so good to me, my baby. Oh, I'm taking control. Just grab a hold of my body and mind. Soon as it makes it, oh, it's fine. My medicine, open up and let me in. Darling, you're so Let's make love tonight. Cause you do it right. I can't wait.
Okay, you guys, we had a special request. So we're going to finish Marvin Gaye and we're going to play a special request next.
When I get this feeling, I need sex. Oh, when I get this feeling, I need sex. I got the sex.
I love you, Vonda.
Love you too.
I'm just a bachelor, looking for a partner, someone who knows how to ride without being involved in law. Gotta be kind of slow, takes me to my limits. Girl, when I break you out, I promise that you won't wanna get off. You're horny, let's do it. Ride it, my soul, my saddle, baby. Come in, jump on it. You're horny, let's do it. Ride it, my soul, my baby. Come in, jump on it. Sitting here crossing, deep in your skin, just once if I have the chance, the things I would do for you and your body, every single portion, seems to be healed up and down your spine, Jesus flowing down your spine, you're horny, let's do it, ride it, my soul, my saddle, baby, come in, jump on it, horny, let's do it, ride it, my soul, my saddle,
No, I didn't.
Oh my goodness.
we gonna get nasty, baby. First we'll slow it down till I reach your ponytail. All over and through your baby until we reach the stream. You'll be on my jockey team. You're horny, let's do it. Ride it, my soul, my saddle, baby. Come in, jump on it. You're horny, let's do it. Ride it, my soul, my saddle, baby. Come in, jump on it. You're horny, let's do it. Ride it, my soul, my saddle, baby. Come in, jump on it. You're horny, let's do it, ride it, my pony, my saddle's waiting, coming, jump on it, you're morning, let's do it, ride it, my pony, my saddle's waiting, coming, jump on it, ride it.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back. This is Ladies Night. My name is Vonda, host of Ladies Night, here on the Ebony Star Network. On my panel, I have the lovely Lady Dame Frankie, the beautiful Khadijah Hunter. And now we are going to get into the second show. Now we do a monthly installment of Let's Talk About Sex. And with each installment, we have different topics regarding sex. So the three topics that we are going to get into with regards to sex tonight will be number one, when sex goes wrong. The next topic will be when he thinks he's putting it down and he's not. And the third topic is going to be the pastor and her anointed vagina. So let's get into this first topic, okay? When sex goes wrong, okay? So there are some different type of sex injuries, type of, sex activities that, are, quite, it's very unexpected. And we're going to talk about a few of them. There are a lot of ways that sex can go wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm reading from an article, and basically what it does is it actually depicts, 8 of the weirdest sex injuries, and the medical explanations behind them. Okay. So the first one is a woman's vulva burned after her partner ate hot sauce. He had some hot Cheetos, flaming Cheetos, and he performed oral sex on her.
Ooh.
Ouch. So painful. So, I mean, that might be something that people don't necessarily think about is, if you spicy, the residue of it can remain, in your mouth. And if you happen to, have relations with your partner and you go down on them and perform oral sex, that you can run the risk of causing some damage. So that's not a good feeling, guys, for a woman's vulva to be burning. So that's not good. Now listen to this one. The next one. A man got a wedding band stuck around his penis when he tried to use it as a cock ring. So apparently what he did is he took his, non-erect penis and he placed his wedding band around it to form some sort of tension on the base of his penis so that when he got an erection, it would stay hard. But apparently it happened and he couldn't get the band off. So just imagine having a metal band at the base of your penis and it's constricting all sorts of blood flow and whatnot. And I would imagine that you would have only so much time before you would cut off the circulation and maybe kill the cells or whatever. That could be very, very painful, I would think.
And how small is he that he's able to get a wedding band through there?
You got to ask the bride that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he working with on that. Um, but yeah. So let me continue. So the next one. Okay. The next one is after a woman ingested her partner's semen, she had an allergic reaction and broke out in hives. So this woman actually apparently swallowed her boyfriend's semen, and she had an allergic reaction to it. She had trouble breathing, almost like she was going into like an anaphylactic shock. And what happened was is that he was on some sort of an antibiotic, and the antibiotic, of course, went into the semen, and she was allergic to that antibiotic. So when she ingested his semen, she had that reaction.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Imagine being allergic
Now
to your
this,
man.
well, you know what? I have heard of that where, some women are allergic to their husband's semen, so even to take it into their bodies, their bodies have a visceral reaction to it.
Mm.
So that's something.
Yeah.
So let's see the next one. Okay, now this one is a painful one, and I think everybody, if you saw something about Mary, we all saw this when Ben Stiller, zipped his scrotum and his penis up in the zippers of his pants.
Oh, you're making me hurt just thinking about it.
I don't even have a scrotum. That sounds so painful to have all your junk just zipped up in some zippers. And if you saw that movie, it was hilarious because the dude that played the stepfather of the girl he was dating, it was hilarious. He was like, oh my God, you got the beans and Frank caught up in the zipper, and he was just he almost threw up. He was going crazy. So that's a pretty tragic one, having your junk zipped up in the zippers, because zippers are very final. They close really quickly, and they're pretty secure. Oh, so here's another one. I mean, ladies, why don't you just tell me if you think this one will be a bad one? But this was, an example of when sex went wrong. One woman had an orgasm for 3 hours straight.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that episode.
Ooh, they even have a name for it. It's called persistent genital arousal disorder, PGAD.
You would think that would be a good thing, but the way she was going on about it, nah, that didn't look like no good thing.
Yeah, for 3 hours. I don't think I could handle it for 3 hours. I mean, handling it just for the time that it happened is bad. But if it went on for a straight 3 hours, that could be, oh my God.
Okay.
Oh goodness.
I don't know what he did to her.
Okay.
But he need to be put it as a warning. If you get with this man, you will have a orgasm for 3 hours after the sexual act.
Wow. That's crazy. Okay, the next one. A lizard crawled up a man's urethra when he was masturbating in the forest.
What? How you miss something like that?
He had his eyes closed, Dame. He wasn't watching, and the lizard just crawled up his pants. I assume it his leg and went up his urethra.
Oh
so, I mean, does everyone know what the urethra is? I know the men who have penises, you know what your urethra is. It is the opening that comes out of the head of your penis, which, you know, takes out the urine, you know, where you release your urine. It's also the same opening where you ejaculate, you know, your semen. So that hole is one and the same, you know, is further up, but still that entryway, that lizard had to get in there, and that's ouch.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not looking at it?
Apparently not.
He was masturbating. He didn't have his eyes wide open. He probably had them closed. So
yeah, he was imagining
but you can't
him
feel
as
something
woman.
falling on you?
Yeah. I thought you guys were sensitive there and y'all would feel something like that.
I'm confused.
he was masturbating in the forest. He had his pants down, I'm assuming. He was going to town, and he had his eyes closed. What is he looking like? If you're he's not gonna be able to come like that, looking around like you jacking off.
Okay, he's lucky
you ain't
that's
got
all
to be
that happened to
paranoid,
him.
but
What if a tiger or a panther or a leopard had bit his body? Why he's doing that?
Vonda, was he white or black?
He had to be white. He had to be white.
Girl, you take your pick. But it was, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say he was white, because I don't know too many black men that's just about to be in the forest for no damn reason.
Ooh, this is a bad one.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay.
A woman got appendicitis after swallowing a condom. How did she do that? Huh? She swallowed. I guess she accidentally. And she ended up with an appendicitis.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah,
that's because she was doing oral sex with a condom wrong.
Or maybe she was trying to put it on with her mouth.
So hard, either that or he ejaculated so hard it rammed the condom down her throat. What?
Or maybe,
goodness dang.
Maybe right. How hard do you have to do that for that to happen? But maybe she was trying to like put it on with her mouth, because like when you put it on with your mouth, you have to go like all the way down, like the shaft or whatever. And like maybe it got caught in her throat or something. I don't know.
Or she rubber banded.
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah. Yes. I heard about that. You do that to trick guys who don't want to wear a condom, or you or just do something different. I don't know. Encourage them to wear a condom by giving them head. So you stick the condom in your mouth, you lip bite the tip and put it on there and roll it down.
I mean, it's just a sexy way to put a condom on too. Like I haven't had any complaints.
Yeah. No. The way I was learning it, you put it on there and you hop on it before he realizes it's on there and takes it off.
She needs to practice a little bit more, because that was a little bit too much.
And women, what the condom got to do with appendicitis?
Okay, Blackseed, I would like to see how they explain these things to the doctors too, because it's just like what? So I want to be like a fly on the wall when they're giving these explanations. Like, do they tell what actually happened, or do they make up something that doesn't make really any sense?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It depends on how embarrassed they are.
I would assume it depends on how it happens. You know, I mean, you want to know what? This is one of the ones I've heard of. Now, it's not personally happened in any of my situations, but
right.
but you've heard of the broken penis, where, you know, the dude and chick they're going at it, and somehow or another she comes down. Let's say she's riding him and she comes down on his penis the wrong way and just like bends it, you know, like east going west, and it was actually north and south. It's no longer north and south. She went straight east and west with it, and that just ouch. Ouch for her because she came down on it on the wrong way. Ouch for him because now it's not north and south, it's east and west. So that has to be painful.
These images are
heard
not
of
good
that?
ones. Like, I think I've heard of it before. Like, I'm just happy the worst thing that's ever happened to me is I got a cramp.
Hey,
Yeah.
you just ride through it.
Ooh, this stuff just sounds so painful. Like, ew.
You have to change positions. That's all.
Or maybe, you know what? Maybe they were trying a new position and that's how it happened. I don't know.
Okay, I missed part of it because my phone was acting up. What she did exactly?
You talking about what was the injury?
Yeah, how did the injury occur?
It occurred, coming down on the penis on the wrong side and like breaking it.
Oh,
When the penis is hard and erect, it's hard, it's erect, so it's standing at attention to where, but if you bend it where it don't want to go, you could like break it. There's no bone. There are blood vessels and capillaries and whatnot that I would assume could be damaged if you broke it or bent it hard enough or in the wrong way.
well, she had to been on top. That's usually the way it goes, except for one where they were in a tree and the tree limb broke. And
What was they doing in the damn tree?
they were in the forest. They wanted to do something new and exciting in the forest. And it's like, let's do it
And
in
you
the
end up with a
tree,
broken penis?
crazy white people. And of course, they get all hot and heavy. She's on top of him. They in the crook of the tree. Tree limb broke from all that abuse they doing to it. And she landed on top of him. And on top of him, they hit the ground together. And I don't know exactly how it happened, but she broke his penis. I assume
Ouch.
that he was already in her, but they might have been in mid motion, and he was kind of halfway out when the tree limb.
Why are they in a tree to begin with?
They wanted to be adventurous, according to them.
In a tree?
Well, they want. I told you.
You can go to the park at night and be adventurous, or hell, do it in the car. Do something.
It was already in the
I'm
forest.
not getting in no tree.
Auntie said the scene from Jason's Lyric when they were. It was a sexy scene though, Auntie, but they weren't in the tree though. They was all in the grass and in the bayou. That was kind of hot.
Yeah,
I'm not.
yeah.
I'm not trying to do like no extra.
Getting bit by ants, but it was so
Well,
cool.
yeah, but
I didn't notice right away.
I'm not trying to scale no mountain and climb no tree just to get. No, I'm not trying to do all of this.
No. I agree with you. That would have been a big no. No trees, cause I know tree limbs break, and what they were doing on that tree limb was, as far as I'm concerned, they were violating the tree. They was in a three-way with the tree, as far as I was concerned.
And see, and I'm not even an outdoorsy person, so if that was to happen, it would have to be like somewhere sexy, like the beach or something like that. I'm not going to no forest.
All you nook and crannies. You
Girl, not even at the beach, all that damn sand. I couldn't have no sand in my toes. In the crack of my behind. No, thank you.
No.
Do it in the water.
Your VJJ,
Go in the water.
Oh, that's
rolls.
oh no, not in that nasty ass water. I'm not putting my ass in that water and we getting intimate. Oh no, I would feel like I was gonna catch a something.
I like watching
No.
people have sex in the swimming pool, but I don't want to have sex in the swimming pool. I already worry about drowning enough. I don't want to have to worry about drowning while I'm having sex and how to explain that. Mm-mm, mm. No, I watch y'all do y'all thing and be entertained that way. Yeah, okay.
You wouldn't have to explain.
If you at a swimming pool at a hotel or any tall building and you think nobody see y'all in that swimming pool, you lying to yourself. That's why I liked it hotels with swimming pool when I was a kid. I purposely brought binoculars just to see people making out in the swimming pool. Cause of course
Well,
there's
people always like to have sex when they think people are not watching.
well, as I said, if you at a hotel or any swimming pool near a tall building where there's multiple rooms, you're lying to yourself. You think somebody's not watching y'all get busy. So
What about like
I just know I'm
a
not climbing no tree to
balcony?
get no dick.
for you guys, but uh, if your woman is watching this with you, she is not going to be having sex with you in the swimming pool that's not at your house. And then y'all better make sure y'all fencing is very, very good. Because if not, some little 12-year-old pervert, girl or boy, will be watching y'all in the swimming pool. Yeah, I was a little perverted 12-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old. Yes, I brought binoculars to the condo trip that I was at because they said swimming pool. And we was on the beach. I was like, who has swimming pool at the beach? But I understand. And I was right. Shoots. Midnight, sun go down, there goes the couple. Yeah, I've been watching that swimming pool every hour since 10 o'clock. Yeah, we got in trouble because I wasn't the only one that observed it on our last night.
Oh,
And of
that's
course, you
funny.
get a bunch of guys and a bunch of teenagers. Somebody's going to be hooting and hollering, encouraging the couple in their reproductive endeavor. And of course, the chaperones, like, what the heck is going on? Then came to chastise us. And of course, the pregnant girl in the room said, I never seen anything like it. My poor virgin eyes. I was shocked, speechless. I was stunned. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And we looking at her, and she's very pregnant, and yet she keep insisting that she had virgin eyes and that she never seen anything like it. We looking at her sideways like, you really think
Maybe
that's
she was
gonna work?
talking about her baby's eyes.
Huh? What? Yeah, but the lady did not give a care that she stuck her butterfinger out at us. Yeah, I didn't care. Not like I could really see anything anyhow. They was under the water most of the time. All I saw was their heads bobbing. But hey, I got a great imagination. I wasn't giving up. I knew sooner or later they was gonna have to get out of that pool.
What is this erotica thing that y'all are talking about in the chat?
Oh, I
Well,
left my
that's why I
phone
was saying
sleep.
if Emmanuel had went because it used to be this thing that they had in California, and they would do it every year, and it was it was crazy. It was just anything goes, type, sexual erotic thing, from glory holes. I'd never been to one, mind you, never been to one, but glory holes to, people
no.
just full out. I don't judge you, Emmanuel. I don't judge you.
Me
He's
either. Come
like,
up here
yes,
and tell
don't
us
judge.
about it. You're right,
I don't
anti-right.
judge you at all.
I need Vonda, we going this year. When is it?
I don't think they do it anymore. Do they still do it anymore, Emmanuel? I don't think they do it anymore. I mean, everything's so crazy now. But yeah, it was like this thing every year. And of course, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go 1 year. I'm gonna go 1 year. But it was just like no holds barred, to just, all these sexual things going on.
Do they still
Cali,
do the one they were talking? Do they still do the one they were talking about in Jamaica? K Black Seed Supreme. Do they still do the one in Jamaica? I'm hungry.
Well, I guess not. He's talking about Cali is the shit. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm about to Google because I might need to get my
Grow up, Mandal.
You'll
I might
be
need to get
coming
my
to visit me
passport and
soon.
go. I
It's
surely
still in
will.
Cali.
I sure will. Or we could just go to Jamaica if y'all don't have y'all thingy anymore. We can go. They stopped it. Dang.
See, told you.
Okay, yeah, they
Vonda,
did stop it. Girl, yeah, they probably was getting crazy with it because I heard some stories of some people who had gone to it. So I was like, one of these years, I'm gonna go. They would always do like something around like Halloween. So people have on masks and just be, I mean, it was just crazy.
You see people
Crazy.
walking
do they
there
have
with
any?
their partners like dogs.
Do they have anything to
You probably
substitute it? Because I. That's funny.
Go to your nearest sex shop. See if they have this the sex shop parties.
oh, there's always something going
Well,
on.
I went to the one around here, but I don't really like it. It's just too. It's not enough choices in there.
Oh,
I'll just say that.
Vegas. Oh, it's in Vegas now. That's what Emmanuel says. But and you're probably right, Emmanuel, because Vegas would be the next best place for it to go.
I'm surprised it wasn't in
Yeah.
Vegas first.
Yeah, anything goes in Vegas.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
that would make more
Yeah,
sense.
Vegas.
they got legal prostitution there. What do you expect?
Hold on, Don Cato said it's on the cruise ship cruise ship Amsterdam for singles only, but I don't know. Well, you sure did type that like you knew.
You sure did just type that like a bundle of information.
You're right. They're gonna talk about, but I don't know.
Like we
you know, Don Cato, you know.
Dang, Don. You just
Let me go do
with stuff.
I'm gonna go look this up for research purposes.
That goes out every Easter since 1972, but I don't know too much about it.
I don't know. You're right. Let me go look some of this up for some research purposes, and I will get back to y'all with my findings.
Oh. Okay. Well, let me know when you decide to go.
So Vonda, if we go and we see Don Cato on the boat, we know what's up.
He be like, "Oh, this is my first time." That's what he gonna say. He said, "I googled it at the same time."
And it's like, but didn't you? Right. It's like, but aren't you the one that told us? I said this is my first time. Mind your business.
No, I was thinking more
with his mask on,
so I can contribute to your condom fund.
Oh, I got plenty of those. Don't worry. I keep those on deck.
Ah, good. And I gotta really find that company in Australia. They make the thick ones.
Huh?
I'm tired of them thin, barely there condoms.
Honestly, I don't even need them because I don't. I ain't been doing nothing, so
Me too,
they
but I
here though.
find the company, so when I do something, I know where I can get.
I
Condoms
did
do expire.
I like the ones with the flavor to it.
Hmm?
Yeah, I know.
They do expire, so make
I'm gonna
sure
have to
you
check the expiration.
here.
I'm gonna have to check the expiration date on mine too. Because I mean, like I haven't been using them, so I haven't really been paying attention. So I'm gonna just get another box just in case.
Yeah, and then I don't have, and when I
You
stop,
see
I
that,
don't have nobody to give
Khadijah?
them to. Hmm?
Hmm?
Did you see what Emmanuel said? They do it in Vegas. It's even wilder. They're having one this year. So, Emmanuel, your name is going to be Nathaniel Barker.
Hold on. So, like,
You're
do you bring somebody or do you find somebody while you're out there? Like, how does that work?
Go either way.
I mean, it's like if you go to a party with
Person
a
come out with
girlfriend.
the other, with a whole another person.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
in June,
Look, Emmanuel's just a bed of information too. He's like, they doing
you're
hedonism
right.
in June.
I think Emmanuel's trying to crawl for a date when he goes in June.
Emmanuel is
Under
married.
the name of Nathaniel
Oh, he is?
Barker.
I did not know. Okay. Red light district.
I mean, him and his wife might go out there, but he's married.
Okay.
You can do everything in Amsterdam except kill people. Goodness.
Okay. Why you had to go with the kill people?
I guess they saying just pretty much anything goes. I mean, the worst you could get is really to kill somebody, but if you can do everything up to that, anything goes in Amsterdam.
Okay, so I can kidnap a guy, tie him to the bed, feed him some Viagra, and go to town.
You know what? I wouldn't threaten anybody with that because I said something about tying a man to the bed, and some guy added me and was like, "What's up?" I was just like, like, I forgot what the discussion was that we were having, but I was just like, you know what, ladies, we're not playing with these men anymore. In 2020, we tying them to the bed, and we gonna be like, you gonna take this, and then some dude tagged me, and he was like, "Hey, what's up?" Because I'm down. And I was just like, really? I was like, if you don't.
Ew, bye.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he was down.
Okay.
I was like, okay. I was like, y'all is funny.
Yeah. I'd be like,
I was like, so goodbye.
Okay, dude. One day you'll be kidnapped. You never know what day, what time of the day, what year. When you get kidnapped, you know. Prepare yourself.
Some of y'all want to be, you know what, K Black Seed? I've heard that before. So do y'all like women that take control? Like, do a lot of men like women that take control, or like, how does that work? Because it's like, it's really weird. Because like the women like for the men to take control, but then like the women like for the men to take control. So,
Well, hey,
he said,
dominatrix thriving unless there's some man that likes to be dominated.
"Nah, Kato, you don't want to be handcuffed."
But you can be a woman. You can be a woman who is controlled by a man, but you can also dominate him because he allows you to dominate him. And
Yeah,
that's what turns him on.
I have my little moments. I have my little moments where I like to take control. Nah, Kato, you don't want to be handcuffed.
Well, maybe he prefer to be tied with scarves. Not everybody care for handcuffs.
I got some.
All right,
I got some cute red.
Don.
Well, actually, silk scarves work best.
Don said it ain't happening. What about if I use a scarf? What if I use scarves instead of handcuffs?
He said not happening in caps. So that sounds
all
pretty definite
caps.
to me.
I don't know. He don't sound like he know about that either.
He's Googling it right now. It doesn't leave any scars, no marks, as long as you don't fight. You be all right.
And besides, I can't
You
really.
ain't got to. Yeah, like you don't fight the handcuffs. Like you just lay there and let me rub you down in oil and stuff like that. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Unless you're afraid I'm gonna chain you to the bed and kill you or something like that, which I'm not gonna do.
Yeah. It's too much work trying to get rid of a body. Thank you.
Right, ain't nobody got time for all that. And I might break a nail.
Yeah.
For all of that, we need a barrel. We need an extra man to pick the body up and some sulfuric acid.
Yeah.
He said that Thai City words. He not going.
Besides, I don't
Not
like
even
hand in my head if I'm doing what was
so.
this?
Don Cato, no tying up of any kind. Like, would you? Okay, so would you use handcuffs on a woman if she wanted you to? Don Cato is funny.
I'm waiting to hear what he says if the woman wants to be handcuffed. Not that
Why you quoting Thai City of all people? I know he's somewhere talking, so shut up, Thai City.
Exactly. I was going to say, you ain't going to tell him to shut up because he is somewhere talking.
Yeah, he's somewhere talking, so just shut up, Thai City. Okay, so would y'all use the handcuffs? Would y'all use handcuffs on women if they asked you to, or like y'all just don't want it in there at all?
I can't imagine it. Most I could do is get them to feet on their hand.
How do y'all feel about having a stripper pole in y'all house too? Because I'm getting one in my next apartment.
Shoes, they probably would install it for you.
You know what? The stripper poles, they can be a great source of exercise. Well, I'm talking about the body from, working out on a stripper pole. You got to know what you're doing to even be able to spin around that mug. And if I'm going to spin around that mug.
And you got to
have the upper body strength.
Yeah, you got to have the upper body strength.
The core strength.
The core strength. So that
Don
would be
Cato
like,
said yes to that. He said yes to the using handcuffs on her.
Oh, hey, Khadijah, if you get that installed, please get it installed right, because there's a when sex go wrong incident involving a stripper pole.
And since we're talking about that, we don't need any concussions or broken limbs.
Yeah.
Emmanuel, I have several good pairs. I have a zebra print pair, I have a red pair, and I have a black pair, and they're all furry. They're all so cute. What's wrong with handcuffs? I don't think anything's wrong with handcuffs. I just know men they don't really want it used on them as opposed to women having it used on them.
Well, think about it. They associate handcuffs with the police. They don't want to associate handcuffs with sex. That's why I said scarves. But nope.
I don't know if that's the case, because every black person hasn't been arrested.
Neither.
Exactly. I have no idea what handcuffs feel like, knock on wood, and I'm not trying to find out. I would vote for the scarf. Don't handcuff me. I just think
that they don't like the whole domination thing. I don't really think it has anything to do with it might have something to do with the police, but I don't think it does, because every black person hasn't been arrested. It might just be like they don't like the whole not being in control thing, or not having control of their hands, I'll say. I don't know. We have men in the chat. Why don't y'all like using a handcuff?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So if I tell
you have to have a submissive mindset.
Put your hands in my head. I'm going to stop whatever I was doing with you. Is he going to keep his hands out of my head?
See, Don, it's exactly what I just said. He said you'd have to have the submissive mindset, and he doesn't. So Don Cato ain't going. It ain't happening.
Not all submissive is submissive all the time. They got to know when.
Kicking and screaming the whole way through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, ladies. So I think this is the perfect segue into going into our second topic. When he thinks he's putting it down, but he's not. Okay.
No, he gonna call the real call. So if if you put handcuffs on Don Cato, he calling the cops on you.
Oh my goodness.
Damn. Okay. Well, goodness. I guess we broke up then. Shit. You want to get all serious and whatnot.
Wait, well, that's
funny.
He think he's about to put it down, but he didn't, cause she robbed him.
Well, that's
Okay, you guys,
understandable. I would think that's pretty traumatizing.
Oh, okay.
and you I'm not trying to shame you, Don, because I don't want no handcuffs either. So that's good. You like forget that. And okay,
I'm tripping out that he said he gonna call the real cops.
It'd be like 911.
Now, ladies,
Trying to handcuff me to my bed. I didn't do
what we're gonna do
before I heard her.
ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're going to go ahead and go into our next topic, but we're going to take a short musical break. And the next topic is when he thinks he's putting it down, but he's not. Okay.
Girl.
So
I be stalking. I be stalking. Stalking to the east, stalking to the west. I stalking to the woman that I love the best. I be stalking. I be stalking. When I make love, I don't just make love. I be stalking. That's what I be doing. I be stalking. I'm stalking to the east. I'm stalking to the west. I'm stalking to that I love the best. I be stalking. I be stalking. Let me tell you something. What time of the day do you like to make love? Have you ever made love just before breakfast? Have you ever made love watching the late show? Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever made love on a couch? Woo! Let me ask you this. Have you ever made love in the backseat of a car? I remember the time that I made love in the backseat of the car, and the police came and shined a light dead in my face. And I looked up and I said, I be stalking. I be stalking. I'm stalking to the east. I'm stalking to the west. I'm stalking to the woman that I love. I be stalking. Let me tell you something. How long has it been since you last made love? Did you make love yesterday? Did you make love last week? Did you make love last year? Or maybe it might be that you are planning on making love tonight. But just remember, when you start making love, you make it hard, long, tall, short. I be smoking. You hear me? I be smoking. I'm smoking to the east. I'm smoking to the west. I'm smoking to the woman. I be smoking. Oh, when I start making love to my woman, I don't stop until I know she is satisfied. And I can always tell when she gets sacrifice. Because when she gets sacrificed, she starts calling my name. She says, Jay Hawkins, Jay Hawkins. Oh, shit, Jay Hawkins. The other night, I was stroking my woman, and it got so good to her. Do you know what she told me? Let me tell you what she told me. She said, Jay Hawkins! Oh, don't stroke it so fast. If my stuff ain't tight enough, you can stick it in my I'll be stroking. I'll be stroking. I stroked it to the east. I stroked it to the west. I stroked it to that woman that I love best. I'll be stroking. Stroking. I'll be stroking. Yeah. I'll be stroking. I stroked it to the north. I stroked it to the south. I stroked it everywhere. I even stroked it with my mouth. I'll be stroking. It gets so good, I'll be choking. Every time I get to smoking, I'm choking. When I'm smoking, woo, smoking. Oh, I can't talk anymore. But you got the same time.
All
Wanda,
right.
you're on timeout. You're on timeout for that.
Hey, he say he be stroking. He be stroking. He stroking to the east. He stroking to the west. He gonna stroke it to the one that he love the best. He be stroking. Okay.
Why you got that version?
And just like that song, that's how sex can go wrong.
All right. So the topic is when he is putting it down. When he think he putting it down, but he's not. Just like homeboy thought he was singing that song, but he was not. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into this, ladies. You ever have a situation where, let's talk here. We're adults.
Mm-hmm.
We're all adults here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I can keep talking. I just got to switch my headphones out real quick.
Okay.
So
okay. Go ahead.
Don, did you get that as a soundbite? I hope not. Okay. So, you're dealing with a gentleman, and you guys, regardless, I don't know how long you dealt with the gentleman, but you've actually gotten to a point where you progressed past weeks, and you decided that, hey, we're going to do it. I'm going to do it with him. And you guys do whatever preparations is needed, and you get into the do, and he proceeds to work it and work it and work it and get himself to a point where he's sweating, he's putting in work, he is stroking, and meanwhile you're on the opposite receiving end, wondering when is he going to get started. Um, do share, ladies. Let's talk about it. This is a safe space. You're amongst family and there's no shaming here. Let's talk about it.
Okay. All right. About to do the do. The kissing is great. Foreplay is great. And he's about to go in, and he kind of bounced just past the hole and slide up your vagina walls. Okay, not to you thinking, okay, that's okay. Sometimes stuff happens. He's gonna reposition and do it again, but he doesn't. He keeps going. At first, you're thinking, okay, maybe just trying another form of foreplay. That's kind of okay. And then he's sweating. Then he starts talking. Whose is it? And it's like, we ain't there yet. So it's my. So I'm thinking it's mine. So I'm going, it's mine. But dude, you're not. And but he's not hearing anything. And then he started hitting
Okay.
that click. So now it's becoming painful. Dude, stop it. You're hurting me. He said, yeah, I'm too much for you, baby. No, you're not hearing anything. He's just talking and talking and saying, whose is it? Who's the daddy? I was like, what is, dude? Oh, I just give up. So I'm just waiting for him to finish. And I'm trying to shift so he don't keep hitting my click. Because now it's painful. And he's like, when he's through, and he falls on top of you and he goes, was it good for you, baby? No, it was not. What do you mean it was not? I was in there. No, you weren't in there. No, I was in there. No, you weren't in there. Dude, you was
So
right in
damn,
between my lips.
he
No,
he
no, no,
didn't
no. I
even
was in
he
there.
didn't slide in. He
He didn't
wasn't.
slide in. He
He
slid
was.
up. Yeah. He did that number where he was at the opening and he pulled back and was gonna uh, force his way through. Sometimes that work, that don't always work. You end up, because I am, from what I've had other people tell me, tight. So you can't all the time just punch through. You got to be right there and ease in. But he didn't do that. So he ended up riding up my vagina walls, my vagina lips. So he was between my lips of my vagina. That's why he kept hitting my clit. As I said, it kind of is nice. I'm thinking just trying some more additional foreplay. Because the foreplay was good. I have to admit that. But, nah, nah, nah. Yeah. So, so I was fed up because, okay, something's wrong. He had no clue that he was not in there. I didn't really get to enjoy it like talking about. And he's a talker. And he's not hearing me. And he's too busy trying to find out if he's my daddy, if who my vagina belongs to know that he wasn't in it. So I just got up, went to my car, and went home. And since
No
I'm
do over.
huh? No do over,
No do over.
do over.
Nope. Nope. Too traumatized from the first time. Nope.
Yeah.
No do over.
Uh-uh. If he had
Like
heard
if
me,
you were,
mhm.
I was just about to say, if you were like halfway decent and I feel like I could work with you on the first go around, and then maybe you might be able to get a do over. But for it to be just that terrible, nope. Nope,
Mm-mm.
nope, nope. And I'm not about to tell you it was terrible either. Let the next chick tell you it was terrible because I'm not into.
Uh, mm-mm. So okay, yeah. There's only one thing worse than that. Uh, when you hit him
What?
from the back and he goes to the wrong hole.
Ah! No.
Okay, that killed
No.
it. No. Ah! Well, let's just say if I couldn't sing high range before, I did then. I was like, no, no,
Oh,
no.
that's assault. That
So,
is assault.
so yeah, my poor behind was abused and bleeding, and oh my goodness, I was not prepared for something like that. And then I'm glad he didn't get it all the way in. He just hit it, just the tip went in, but that was more than enough. No, 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 no. If you can't tell which hole is which, no, I don't want nothing to do with you. Yeah, that's the only thing worse than that.
So how do you tell somebody that their dick is trash? Because I've never had to do it. I quite frankly just stopped calling you.
Well, that's my go-to too. Or sometimes
Max
you can
says,
tell.
126.
I did have a guy.
Max, go to bed.
yeah,
I did have a guy where
dang. Max said, what if it's good and it only lasts 120 seconds?
Max, the Lord is telling you it's time to go to bed. Good night, dear.
120 seconds. If it's
That's 2 minutes.
120 minutes would be better. 120 minutes would be better, but 120 seconds, you're barely warm at 120 seconds.
yeah,
I'm not calling you back either.
It takes 120 seconds to get halfway in.
And I don't know how many rotations you can get at 120 seconds. There's only so many rotations you can get at that.
All right. I mean, with these scenarios, ain't nobody getting a call back in 2020. Like, y'all just, like, no.
Oh, these weren't recent ones. There's only one guy
Oh,
on
Don
a
came
second
in love.
chance
Who
too.
you in love with, Don? What you in love with? 120 seconds. He's like, that's my type of time. What you in love with? What's going on?
Now, you know what I will say is this. If it's like 2 minutes the first go around, but then like we're getting another round in, then okay, I can deal with that. But if that's all you gonna do, then yeah, I'm just delete my number.
120 seconds. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'm with
What with that
120
joy?
minutes, not seconds. I'm with the minutes.
Yeah,
120 minutes. That's
it better be something coming after that
perfect.
120 seconds.
I'm
Cause you,
with 120 minutes. It's exhausting when you for the first time. Oh my goodness, I was so
not if
excited.
you
Well,
have
that's
the
because you
energy.
got to
Because I mean, I
practice.
go, yeah,
Once
because
you
I go
get
to
to it, but
the
you know the
gym and stuff
newness,
like that.
like, oh yeah, the adrenaline. 120 minutes is like 45 minutes.
What are you talking
Yeah, I
about?
mean, and
120
then like especially.
is 2
And then
hours.
especially if you go to like the gym and stuff like that and you have the stamina and you have the energy and the adrenaline and stuff like that, it look,
And
120
the
minutes ain't
excitement
nothing.
of the person. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
120 minutes is like 45 minutes. You're like, oh my God, it's over already.
120
Right.
What?
minutes
Where'd
is
the
2
time
hours.
go?
120 minutes is 2 hours.
I know,
120
but
minutes.
when you're like in the thick of it and it's good, Dame, and your adrenaline is flowing and you're not counting 120 minutes, it seems like only 45 minutes has gone by and you're like, what the hell? That was
And
quick.
then like and then you have the whole foreplay thing and then you have the whole foreplay thing and then like just enjoying being with the person that you're with, like time can fly.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm not including
Oh.
foreplay in 120 minutes. The 120 minutes
Okay.
just the stick work.
Okay, so Kay
Dave
Black
is like,
Sue
ain't
said,
nobody do all that for 120 minutes.
so Kay Black Sue said we should be proud because that means we got that snapper if he comes in 2 minutes. What about us though? So like, okay, so because a lot of guys actually say that. So is there like something coming after the 2 minutes, or is it just like 2 minutes and you go on the bed, like you about to roll over and start snoring?
Now, if you got a good rebound, 2 minutes is not too bad.
Yeah, because I mean, I know some guys need to get that one quick one in, and then like after that, they're pretty good for like another hour or so. But look, they made a song called Minuteman for a reason, okay? And it's not a good thing. So that's all I'm saying.
Only time you
Oh, the
want
tongue work.
Minuteman
Okay.
is when the sex is bad. The tongue work. Okay. I hate to say it, but I'm pretty much of a stick girl.
Well, you know what? Those
He must
dudes
be
are
have-
always saying, what that mouth do? What that tongue do?
what y'all mouth do? That's what we really need to know.
Yeah, what that tongue do? And that's not Vonda saying that. That's what the ladies would say if they were in. I speak for the ladies, you know, at some point.
Oh, you don't know now, Vonda?
What that tongue?
Vonda, you don't know now?
Huh?
You don't know now?
What did you say? Huh?
Well, I'm asking for me. What that tongue do? That's what I want to know. What the tongue do? Because y'all always asking us, but like, I want to know. Vonda over here playing all coy and carrying on. I need to know. I got questions.
Well, he's either doing click work, lick work, or he believes sticking the tongue inside your vajayjay will work it for you. It depends on, does he have a really long, very thick tongue, and that he can keep it stiff for a long while. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But
tell it, Auntie. What that tongue do, fellas?
Yeah, we need to know what that tongue, because y'all, you know what, I feel like it's usually geared towards pleasing the men, but like we're in 2020, so you know, fellas, y'all work it out.
Black Sea Supreme. Since you don't have you're not shy about it. Tell what the tongue does. What you do with the tongue.
Put a video on YouTube if you want to, so we can have some video references to go by.
Oh, the motorboat. I hate to tell you this, Don. The motorboat just gives me the giggles. I do try to suppress it. I've tried burying it in pillows. I tried biting a little. Whatever gets her where she needs to go. That okay. What he does the hookah chooka if you dress like a cheerleader, the mumbo jumbo if you dress like a waitress, and a couple if you dress like a maid. What outfit would you choose? Oh my goodness.
It depends on what day it is, Max. It depends on what day it is. So maybe I could be the cheerleader Monday, the waitress Tuesday, and the maid Wednesday.
Okay. All right. Hookah chooka, mumble jumble, and kaboom for the whole week long.
Yeah.
That's why he said,
I mean, why do we have to choose?
Turn the legs to mush, then you start with the stroker.
Oh, Skinny Boy said the pastor showed what the tongue. Oh, Lord.
Skinny Boy. Okay.
Vonda, your husband in the chat.
You just about to come here and transition stuff. We ain't got to the pastor yet, Mr. Skinny Boy. We gonna get with her though.
The other pastor, the one that got caught.
Oh, the pastor of his wife's friend's daughter, right?
Okay, so but my question is, Oh, so my question is like,
stuff.
How do you tell a man that he's not really getting you where you need to go without hurting his feelings? Because I don't know how to bring that conversation up. Because usually I just stop talking to people. Because I deal with older men, and I feel like I shouldn't have to coach you through this at this stage in your life. You should just know what you're doing. So, men in the chat, how would you like to be told that you suck in a nice way?
Well, don't use the word suck with sex. Just say that you didn't get.
Okay, so how do I tell you that you're terrible without hurting your feelings?
Yeah, how to tell that you didn't get me off without hurting your feelings, or I got nothing out of it.
Or do I need to be like on one side of town and you need to be on like the other side of town because y'all just might like flip out or something? Because that's what I really need to know. Because it's like what's never happened yet? Because I don't know how to broach that conversation without hurting. That's like one of those really sensitive topics.
Okay, you hear what Don said? It never happened yet.
What's never happened yet? That's what I was trying to figure out. What's never happened yet?
I guess he's trying to say he never performed badly yet.
Oh, you never had a timeout, Don? You've always been number one all the way? Well, you're special.
Oh, he said if it's a relationship. Okay, what if it's a bang and bounce?
What'd you say, Dame?
Oh, I was reading Skinny Bar. You're gonna hurt his ego, but still gotta have combo if you plan to stay in a relationship. And I was like, well, what if it's not a relationship? What if it's a bang and bounce?
Didn't bounce anymore if it didn't turn out, right?
Well, shucks, my thing is not to say anything. And since I'm a talkative person, when I don't say nothing, I guess it speaks volumes on its own.
Okay, so Skinny Boy said you're gonna hurt his ego. Skinny Boy said you're gonna hurt his ego, but you still gotta have the convo if you plan to stay in a relationship. So that means I'm gonna have to stop ghosting people. Okay, so I'm gonna have to stop ghosting people. I'm gonna have to. I just feel like I shouldn't have to tell grown men this. I really don't.
Well, Skinny Boy, you're right. If it's not a relationship, you don't see the point in telling the person just move around. Exactly. If it's not a relationship, you're right.
So
you're right.
You're not having a relationship with the guy. What you've been doing is perfectly fine. So don't change it up.
Well, the last one I was in a relationship with, but like I ghosted him and moved to Georgia, so yeah. I don't know. I need to work on my communication skills.
Yeah.
Well, baby girl, you don't be messing around. Don't believe in wasting time.
I moved all the way around.
Well, I mean, I can't blame you for that. I mean, you are young, and you should keep yourself, moving.
Okay.
Somebody take Max's phone.
Which is worse? Never getting anything out of it. Are you almost there, and he's through, and you don't get to complete? Never to feel anything, or to not complete.
Okay, closed mouth, don't get fed. Tell him what you like before you even get started. Okay, that's true. And Max says, what if you will only throw down if you allow him to call you sassy frassy and fix him some grits?
You guys, I like Don Cato. He is hilarious.
If I'm cooking, that means you did very, very well. Because I
Oh gosh.
do not let men know that I can cook, let alone cook for them. So, if I'm cooking, you did.
You know what? If you find out that I can cook, that's something extra special that you're going to find out about me. The best and the most that I can give a man, when I'm, introducing myself to him, when I'm getting to know him, is for him to get to know me. When you find out those other personal touches of me, that's just going to make you just be even more enamored and like, well, damn. If you can already deal with me from just a conversation alone, all the other shit that I do, you're just going to think is just wonderful. Mm-hmm. So me cooking you some grits is going to be like me making you a 12-course meal, with 4 ingredients. You're just going to be enamored. And that's just what it is.
Yeah. I don't know why you would call me sassy frassy though, but hey.
Yeah, I mean, I cook, but I don't cook for dudes with trash dick. And then, like, I feel like I'm kind of past the stage of trying to teach people and stuff like that. Because I've had instances where I've tried to teach people and they just weren't getting it. And I don't know if it's because they didn't care or sex just wasn't their thing. But, like, it just wasn't happening. Now, I did have one guy, his dick wasn't all that good, but his tongue game was on point. So I was just like, whew, okay.
Okay, I must have missed something. Don Cato's going, what you mean you left the state with the handcuff key?
Don Cato, I unhooked him before I left, man. Jeez. Okay.
So, Skinny Boy, you like cheese in your bread? You like cheese in your bread?
I had some cheese grits this morning. I had some grits with some cheese and some butter. They are so good. I put some cheese and some butter, and then I made some scrambled eggs and some turkey bacon. It was so good.
Yeah.
I made an omelet the other day, but my eggs didn't want to cooperate. So they looked a little weird. I saw that you put that
on Instagram, right? Khadijah, when you were making them eggs and them sausage and the potatoes, so good. All of that just together, it looks so good.
You said the eggs and sausage and potato?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I did that. But I cheated.
Good to me.
I didn't use the potatoes. I used
you know what? Because you know what? I prefer red potatoes over like the regular white potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Skinny Boy, that's how you do it. You just mix everything all together in the bowl and just look, okay? That is how you do it. Just, it's so good. Especially when you have the right amount of cheese, butter, salt, and pepper in there. Like, your cholesterol can be high, but you know what? Just drink some water and it'll balance it out. Ooh, so good. I started to make some toast, but I was just like, no, I feel like the grits will be heavy enough for me. And when I tell you I slept good, because I worked I worked 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. the night before. Then I came home Saturday morning and made me some breakfast. When I tell you I slept so good. I went to bed around like 10 something. I didn't wake up till like 5. Yeah, sugar. I don't like people who put sugar in their grits or rice, Skinny Boy. They're weird.
Oh, yeah. Stop that with the sugar and the grits. Rice?
Yeah,
who the heck put sugar in the rice?
I don't know, but they're weird. Like, we've had a couple people be like, you could put sugar in the grits, and I'm just like, you guys are blasphemous, and y'all just ew.
Yeah. Listen, if you want sugar on something, put it on the cream of wheat, the malto meal, the oatmeal.
Now
Love me
I'll do
some
sugar
shrimp
with
and
oatmeal. Oh, that sounds so
I like
good.
oatmeal and some malto meal. I don't like
You
cream of
know
wheat,
what?
but I like malto meal.
Uh,
I love
yeah, well,
oatmeal
cream of
because
wheat is pretty much grits.
I put brown sugar in my oatmeal. I put brown sugar, some strawberries, and some blueberries.
Yep,
So good.
Mm.
yep.
I put some
And I
maple
put a little.
syrup.
I put a little milk in mine to make it a little creamy because I be trying to get like the little fruits and cream oatmeal because I love that one. But I don't know, it don't really turn out right. But I mean, it still tastes good, but it don't really turn out like the actual thing. And then they didn't have blueberries one time, so I ended up putting peach slices on there. Still turned out good.
I agree, skinny boy. Cream of wheat is disgusting. I hate cream of wheat. I do not like cream of
Mm-hmm.
wheat. Okay, so
Yeah.
Max is crazy again. Look at him. He said, "What if it's not about the size, it's about the motion in the ocean? What if he told you that?"
Max,
Ladies, so my
Max, it's
question, has it ever been
2020.
so
We
small
gonna stop
that
telling people that in
size
2020.
makes a difference?
Well, it depends on the girt too. Some small guys are thick, and yeah, the motion
Okay,
ocean could help too.
speak about it,
But
Dame. Speak about it. We're here with family.
but
Speak
hey,
about it.
he gotta know how to ride that boat in the ocean. Otherwise, he's gonna flip it.
Mhm.
But
Okay,
yeah, but yeah,
tell it, sister.
some
Tell
guys
it.
don't have the length, but they got the girt, the thickness,
Okay.
and
And that girth will keep you there, right? It keeps you
yep,
suctioned in, right? Okay.
mhm,
Tell it.
yep.
We're listening. We're listening.
Okay, yeah, cause I've dealt with average and they were thick, so like felt it felt huge to me. But then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, motion and ocean, yeah, because I'm a grind girl, so yeah, I like the
Mm-hmm.
motion. Yeah.
Hey, the motion. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Mhm. Yeah. 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 You actually want to go into details on how all the different motions? I think we already know them all.
No, but you know what, Dame? You're making a great point because think about it.
Mhm.
Okay, the Ebony Star Max's statement was, what if it's not about the size but the motion in the ocean? And you're like,
Mhm.
okay, it doesn't necessarily have to be long, but if the girth, meaning the thickness.
Mhm.
Now there's a difference. Now if it's short and it's skinny,
Uh.
we're where are we going with that?
Mhm.
But if it, on the shorter side, not it doesn't have quite the length, but it has the girth, it can hold you.
Yeah. Mhm.
You can work with that.
Yeah.
And basically that's what you're talking about. You said you a grind girl.
Mhm.
Skinny boy said, explain, please. A grind girl, it sounds like would work better with a girth guy than a non-girth guy.
Yeah. Mhm.
I mean, come on now. Just use your imagination with that
Nation.
one.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Actually, there's a old blues song called "Slow Rolling." That's one. That's one uh motion in the ocean. There's the figure eight. Of course, there's the usual circle. Um. Let's see. I'm trying to think of all of them. Sometimes it's just following your partner. Whatever feels good to you and works for you. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. So what works for me is the grind. I I like it. I love it. I want more of it. Yeah.
Okay,
So
Look,
sister.
all I know is I need to be able to feel something.
yeah. So if you're skinny, because long and skinny could be just as bad too, But yeah, yeah. I know. I knew a seven that made me feel like he was gonna kill me, and he felt like I was gonna kill him because, as I said, I've been told tight, and he was hitting the spots. So tightness matched with grip, it could be kind of painful, good painful.
Mm.
Didn't stop him. Yep, yep. Well, not for me, but you know.
Well, so Skinny Boy has a question. So do most women prefer beat it up or sensual sex? Real
Both,
question.
Sensual.
Okay,
both,
Sensual.
both,
both,
both, both, both.
both.
You know what? Have you ever heard of the statement? There's a time and place for everything.
Hmm.
I agree.
Now,
Yeah,
now with the sensual, with the sensual, listen, with the sensual, the woman is feeling appreciated. She's feeling pleasure as well. And the man, of course, is feeling pleasure. You know, he don't care about the appreciation. Men don't care about that for the most part. They don't care if they appreciate it or not. They just feeling the pleasure. You know, the sensual is for the woman. And you know what? When you doing sensual, you're feeling a little something for that woman in that moment. In that
hmm,
moment, I don't know what it does after you've ejaculated, but in that moment, you're feeling something for her. So that sensual does matter. Okay.
uh,
So then you say beat it up. Then there comes a moment where you change the rhythm. You change that rhythm, and
yeah.
guess what?
You
That's
banging the
okay.
holes in the walls with your headboard. You
I think
And
that
that's
moment is
okay.
like after I done just I think that moment is like after I just came from the gym and I'm just like all hyped up and like my adrenaline is pumping and I just want to like get some of that extra energy out. I think that would be the moment for me. Because sometimes I'll be coming from the gym
There
like
you
after a
go.
real good workout. After
hmm
a real good workout, look, I'm gonna leave it
and
at that.
Time and
sometimes
place.
and sometimes when
Place.
you're mad at him, but he's looking so good and he's tapping into it. Yeah, it'll come out that way too.
I'm like, what do
And
you
you know
what
what?
like?
And
What
that's
about
the
when you
whole
make
thing
him
about it.
mad?
Hmm? I don't
When
be
you make
making
him
that.
mad, just to kind of
Hey,
get like that
you could
aggressiveness
just
out of
have
him, and it's just
ordinary.
like,
You could just have an ordinary fight.
Khadijah, cut it out, girl. Cut it out. Don't even go there. One thing about it is that, if you love your man and that's your man, and, whether you're mad at him or not, you're like, I still want to be with him.
Hmm.
You're not
yeah,
so
like I
mad at
gotta
him that, oh, don't touch me.
right,
I
like you,
never felt like, it's like, I
like
could
you
be
over there
mad at
fussing
you
and
and
stuff, right?
we can get it
Yeah, it's like
in,
you over
and
there
after
fussing
we're
and stuff
done,
right now, but
if
you
I'm still mad at
you
you, I'm
looking,
still mad at you for whatever it was. But yeah, yeah. I
yeah,
I,
you
I
can
don't,
still,
I'm not mad at him where I hate him. I'm mad at him because I'm mad at him for whatever moment at that time.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
But
I'm
no,
mad at you,
I
but
still don't.
you can still come clap these cheeks.
Okay.
Max,
Yeah. Yeah. I don't stay interested in beat it up sex. Beat it up sex usually when I'm trying to get a quickie, i.e. lunch break, make up sex before work, run late, etc. Okay. Yeah, that could be. But just be careful where you having it, because if you're thinking a quickie for lunch, make sure your table is sturdy. Make sure your chairs are sturdy, because one time I broke a chair. Well, I should say we broke a chair, um, and this was a iron chair, so you can imagine how beaten up we was doing on that chair. Yeah, thank goodness he
child.
was all the way in, because for him, because we could end up in the hospital the way we that chair went out. um and it was kind of painful for me because I he is not no average size dude. I figure we hit some areas I didn't know existed in me. Mm. Yes, I was like, okay. I don't think I want sex for a while after this. I was walking funny, and it was like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to go to work tonight. I went to work, but it's like, what's wrong with you? Why are you limping? Nothing, nothing. Chair just fell. Your chair fell. Yeah, yeah. Okay. They didn't want, and I wasn't about to give them any details. How you explain the iron chair breaking underneath y'all? Yep, yep. The
Mm.
legs just went in two different directions. Hey, if you had broke as many chairs as I have, yes, sturdy chairs are important. I thought that was a sturdy chair. I thought it was a safe sex chair. No leg, no arms, iron. Yep, I can hold on to the back of the chair while we go to work. And, and dang it,
I don't think I've ever broken anything, but I did knock my bed off the frame one time.
Well, I ain't gonna lie.
well, I put a couple of holes in the walls, but I didn't know it because that was my headboard. We was too aggressive, and the headboard was banging against the wall, and I didn't notice until I moved the headboard. Hey, where does hole come from? Eh, it happens. And not to mention breaking the bed frames, the box springs. Uh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Skinny
Sturdy
one, nobody
furniture is
underestimates the
important.
slim dude. Y'all actually have a pretty good reputation when it comes to that.
I've no problem with the slim dude. I mean,
Yeah, they actually have a
That
they
pretty
was
good
just
the
reputation,
slim
so I don't know
dude.
what he's talking about.
That was the slim dude. Me and big dudes cannot. Well, actually, I don't really mess with big dudes. I keep observing his stomach, my stomach. I say our stomach's gonna get in the ways. One of us gonna get hurt. Slim dudes slide between my thighs quite easily. Thank you.
So see, y'all have a pretty good reputation, skinny boy. So nobody's sleeping on the slim dudes.
uh, yeah, yeah.
I
So
mean,
yeah.
I've been pretty impressed with some of the slim guys that I've seen down there before. I haven't been disappointed as of yet.
hmm But shooks, my slim dude snuck up on me. If I have observed him in the broadness of light, he wouldn't have got near me. He's one of them dudes that kind of surprise you. You don't think they exist until you meet one. Or you think that you hear, okay, yeah, I want this. Nah, nah, nah. And then he says stupid stuff like, "You're too tight. It took me a month to work you in, and you go in one cycle and you back to like as if I never touched you." Dude, most guys like that. Why are you complaining? Are
Max,
you
why are
think
you reducing it down to like 2 minutes and some change? Like if that's as long as you can last, you don't need to be having sex.
I work with guys that was 2 minutes some change. When they know how to work it real well, you don't really notice. And then they usually have a quick rebound, so hey, you can go again.
I'm gonna notice. I'm gonna notice
Okay, then
because
you
it's like
probably found the one that knows how to work it then.
it's done before you even get started. So it's just like, oh,
Eh, I, I
you
don't
can
know.
know how to work it all
Maybe
you want
not.
to, but it's just like, what if I want my
Hmm.
personal time with you and you only lasted for 2 minutes?
Well, Mm. I think they usually be off on their timing. Cause how
Mm.
many times have you heard, okay, just a few minutes, just a quickie, and the quickie takes 45 minutes. That's the quickie? What the hell? Why are
Okay,
you
well, Max
lying to
says, what
me?
if he tells you he only has 180 seconds because he ain't no young dude?
Oh
Then
well.
if he tells me he ain't got more than 180 seconds because he ain't no young dude, we may as well not even get started. It's not even worth the
Right.
time it takes to get it going to make this, continue.
Right.
Okay.
Because I'm be irritated. It's like you got me all hot and bothered for this.
Okay. All right. Okay. 108 seconds. Ooh. No.
80. Don't
180
don't make it
seconds.
short. 80.
Okay, 180 seconds. That's 2 minutes and oh. Okay. Uh okay. In the beginning, first what to do, yeah,
That's
that's
that's 3 minutes.
perfect. That's perfect when in the beginning. But eventually I'm going to catch up because sex is my favorite exercise and I'll get in shape quickness. My
Girl, please. I
endurance
don't
will
know
pick
where you
up
getting these
fast.
mandingos from, but 3 minutes is not enough.
Yeah, that's how you can tell I'm having sex. I start losing weight and slimming out. Um,
Child.
but still be eating the same amount. Okay. So yeah. So yeah, that's fine because hey, my endurance ain't that long anyhow. But after a while, that ain't gonna be enough. I'll be
Don,
pretty
who's
much
sleeping with their
jumping you.
panties on?
Huh? What?
Don said women stop to bed with them panties on. Who going to bed with panties on?
Hey, I go to bed with
Right.
panties on. Hey,
Why?
only when I'm sleeping in bed with a man am I not wearing panties. And I still be
Girl,
trying to
please.
get
That's
Child,
the
with.
best time to be naked.
let
What you
it
mean?
breathe.
I let it breathe.
I'm
But sometimes I gotta wear
Right. It need
panties.
to. Yep. And my cheeks need to breathe too. So just outside of it
well,
being that
see,
time of the month, I'm not wearing nothing to bed.
that's just a perfect example of different strokes for different folks. There you
Mhm.
go. No shame.
If
Yeah,
I'm
there
not
you
wearing
go.
panties,
I'm
trust me, I'm wearing a nice shirt, a nightgown, something. So
Mm-mm.
either I'm wearing
and Lucy.
panties and a
She
t-shirt.
said she had her hands up too. I'm sorry. I just had to be free and easy. Listen, I can't do any of it. See, there you go. Different. Everybody is different. Everybody's different. Okay, Max
I
says,
will
what
say
if,
if there's
wait a minute. Listen to Max. He said, what if he has a hard 360 seconds, and that's only if you give him gas money to get him home afterwards? Fool
if you need
by.
gas money to get home, you're
Okay,
right. If
how
you need
hard
gas
are
money
we
to get
talking
home,
about here? How
I
hard?
don't
And
care how
no,
far
there
we're
will
talking. I'm
not
not
I'm
be
getting
no
no gas
sorry.
gas
money.
money
360
to
seconds is
get you
not
home.
hard enough. It ain't long or hard enough. So no thank you. And I gotta come up off of gas money afterwards.
Oh,
Bye.
you
Right.
gonna be wait. You gonna be
You're
holding.
basically a
You gonna be waiting for
prostitute.
that gas money, cause gas money to get him home afterwards. Oh my goodness. Then
If
you
you
shouldn't be
need
going
gas
Exactly.
out.
money,
You
sex
gonna
should
get
be the
You shouldn't be
yes.
going out
Sex should be
with
the
the
last
gas
thing on
money.
your mind if
or
you need
not.
gas money.
You better wait for my booty call when I call you and see. Hey, you home? Feel like some company?
Mm-mm.
And I show up, get mines and jet. My
If
banging
you
No,
bounce.
need
thank
gas
you.
money, if you need gas money,
I'm
sex
not even
should be the last thing on
worried.
your mind.
Yes. You should be wondering how you're gonna get to work. No, you're just gonna have to wait for my booty call. When I'm ready to get me a little something something, and I call.
Make
Better be,
arrangements before you get over to the crib because I'm not gonna be your backup plan.
mm-hmm.
Right. I don't know how you got
Yeah.
over here, but you need to use that same method to get back.
Oh, okay. Well, you can slide them to the side as long as you're not ripping the crotch out. I'm cool.
She's like, don't be tearing these good underwear. Don't be tearing good panties. We no. This is the good
Slide
stuff.
to the
Don't
side.
please.
Well, what I will say is when it comes to the underwear, sometimes my underwear has a purpose, and that will be the only reason I wear it to bed. But yeah, it's coming off like right after that if I do. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
sleep. There's not we're not even talking about that.
I've been celibate for too long, so I slipped back into old habits. So my panties are on. My t-shirt and my panties on. Okay. What if he needs you? Okay. Then
what if he
then he
need me to
better
do
have
what?
gas money to get himself back home then.
What you need your panties? What do you mean? And K Blacks, what do you mean you keep the panties? You keeping whose panties?
Why do you want to
I
keep
think he
my
means he doesn't.
panties?
I
Oh,
think he
oh,
means
oh.
that he
That's
doesn't
what
mind
they
having them when you come
with
into bed.
your panties. Yeah, if you wearing your panties,
So
he's gonna
okay,
take them and steal them.
You don't mind her keeping her panties, but if she doesn't have them, are you gonna think she's easy? I'm sorry, but panties are just not comfortable. So
I will say, like I was saying, I think that for me it would have a specific purpose because if I come to bed with them, they're not going to stay on long, but they have a specific purpose because there's this little thing that I like to do. But I'm not going to go into detail here. But yeah, I mean, like, I have my little moments sometimes.
Black Sea wants trophies. Yeah,
I don't
so
think he wants a trophy. I think he just likes you to come to bed with him. I don't know. I mean, he's in the chat, so he can tell y'all better.
no, he
you
just says
like
he
to
likes
take
to
them
keep the
off?
panties. He likes to take them off your behind and take them home, and he's
You're not
probably
keeping my
flipping
underwear.
them, masturbating with them. You have to chase them down, get your panties back,
You're
or
not
you
going home
tired
with
of
my
letting him
panties in
keep
the
them.
first place. No, you're not going home with my panties.
Oh,
I
you
get my
hear
panties
that?
from Victoria's Secret.
Mac, deal breaker, Mac,
What if
deal
he's a
freaking
Superman?
breaker. No, thank you. I'm not doing it. You gotta go somewhere with that. Get out of here. Where are my
Okay.
tomatoes? Max, cut it out. You cut it out. What
Okay.
if he
What did
is
you?
a Superman lover, but he needs you to hold his belly up while you do it? Then he's not
Nope, I ain't
Superman.
got time.
Superman,
No,
Clark
yeah.
Kent, and Jimmy the editor can freaking hold their own bellies up. I'm not doing it. No.
All right, like you can't be the Man of Steel and I have to hold your belly up. Like what? What?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a no,
Black
Max.
Sea said,
It ain't working.
okay, Black Sea said the smell of hers in them. Okay. And Skinny Boys like them t-shirt and panties when I'm coming in from work or she's cleaning and shit. I don't clean in t-shirt and panties. I'm, ugh. Okay, whoop, there it is. And of course, Max
Mm-mm.
is laughing.
I don't see how y'all do it because it's like as soon as I get home, all my clothes just come off. Like I don't look.
No, I'm with you, Khadijah. I like to be comfortable, and the constricting things that you have on, you want to take off. Typically, that's what it
Yeah,
is, and I take those
yeah. I need
things off.
the
And
panties and the bra. The
The
panties and the
bra,
bra have got to go.
the bra gotta go.
Yeah, no, I just need to be comfortable. So just all my clothes come. I ain't never when I had my own apartment. I ain't
Skinny
never had
boy,
clothes on.
skinny boy, TMI. TMI, dude, but power to the people, okay? Thank you. Peace.
Okay, you want a Jill Scott like she was doing on the mic, or you want the Jill Scott like she be on her songs?
I think he's talking about body type.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's saying he's dealt with some big women, but he loves Jill Scott, and he thinks Jill Scott, she's hot. A lot of guys like and love Jill Scott. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Especially after the
all right.
microphone incident.
Yeah, she got love and hate for that.
Yeah, that was kind of
Love
awkward
and
to
hate.
watch. Like, not even gonna lie, that was pretty awkward to watch. Like, I wasn't mad at her about it, but I was just
Oh, he
like,
wants
girl.
Jill Scott, period. And then why you said Jill Scott level? You should have just left with Jill Scott, period.
That's not Skinny Boy. That's K
No,
Black
Sweet
Seed.
Boy.
Oh.
K Black Seed.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm cheating on Vonda with Jill Scott, babe. I'm sorry. That's my one pass.
You know
I'm
what?
gonna have
He
to help
always
him get his
brings up
clothes
Jill
out the
Scott.
bushes
So I
again.
know he has a thing for Jill Scott. There you go. Jill Scott is his woman. Go right ahead. Cheat on me with Jill Scott, and I'll just keep mine to myself.
So I'm gonna have to help him get his clothes out the bushes. So apparently,
Yeah.
every 2 weeks on a
If
Friday they
she
get
don't
mad at
light
each
it
other.
on fire in the barbecue pit.
Nah, she doesn't usually do that.
Okay. Ladies.
Vonda. Yeah.
Okay. So there was this pastor, and she was from Ghana, and she said that she had the holy vagina, and what she claimed to be able to do with this vagina is she claimed to be able to heal men of infertility. So she had an anointed vagina. She had an anointed vagina. Her vagina was holy. It was. So if a man had problems with his penis, yes.
Wait a minute. I thought she was from Nigeria.
Nigeria. There you go. You're right. She was from Nigeria. Thank you, Dane. She was from Nigeria. Correction.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't know.
But we can talk about it. But before we go into it, I'm just gonna do a short musical interlude, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk about the pastor with the anointed vagina. Okay. So let your tongues wrap around that one. Okay. All right.
Diamond light, lover boy, in space with minimum waste, maximum joy, city life, business life, when you require sweet, my desire for higher high. Place for beginners or sensitive hearts. Sentiment is left to dry. Let's do the ending, but somewhere Estás en que shadow box and double cross Yankee that license to love, insurance to fall. Not all your memories change into gold. His eyes are like angels, his heart is cold. No need to ask, he's a smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Coast to coast, LA to Chicago, Western Bay. Across the north and south, Milano, North Sail. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Ladies Night. I am host of Ladies Night here on the Ebony Star Network. All right. So, ladies, we are getting on topic, and we're going to be talking about the pastor and her anointing. So, first off, have either of you ladies heard about this woman named Khadijah?
Um, only when
I
you
heard
brought it
about it.
up
I don't
at
know
the
the full
topic.
details.
Only when you brought it up, and I looked into it.
So, I mean,
Yeah,
with her vagina, she claims to be able to cure infertility in men. Okay.
yeah. And here's the thing. Only 2 minutes. You only can be in her vagina for 2 minutes. So for you minute men, that's ideal for y'all. Also, she claims all she need is to get her vaginal fluid on you. I mean, on your penis. That's where it's gonna cure. And I'm like, well, couldn't she just kind of masturbate a little bit, wipe it on his handkerchief, and he masturbates to it? Does he actually have to have sex with her? Since it's her vaginal fluid that has the magic. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it wasn't actually specified. What I was wondering is that, if they had to be able to get the blessing from her vagina, and I
Uh
don't
huh.
think I found that. She
No.
said that her mission on earth is to cure men of their infertility problem through sleeping with them. Each session will last no more than 2 minutes. God gave me an anointing vagina. Sleep with me and get healed of all of your fertility problems. Okay? That is what she's advertising. she's advertising this. And I'm just wondering what would be I mean, so I would think maybe there might be some guys that are coming there saying that they are, they have infertility problems and they don't, and they just want to sleep with the pastor for 2 minutes, even if it's for 2 minutes. Well, I don't know what you're getting out of 2 minutes, but I haven't been able to see if, like I said, is there a special tithe that you have to pay, or can just any old Joe off the street can say, oh yeah, I can't have kids, so I want to, get my 2 minutes with pastor.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what kind of crazy mess is that?
Yeah. And God don't contradict the Bible like that. He says, no adultery, no fornication before marriage. Why would he suddenly give you an anointed vagina to cure infertility by having sex with men? Even if he's just inserting,
I agree,
and getting his penis wet. That's still.
I agree with Lucy. Kick that hoochie in her coochie.
Hey, Lucy. Well, if
Hey,
it's
peace, love, and
anointed,
Lucy.
Sound like she just want a reason to sleep around and trying to make it sound all holy and righteous to me.
Yeah. She wants to sleep with married men.
And what's 2 minutes? What's 120 seconds? That's crazy.
Just enough to get her vaginal juices on you. But what if she's not turned on by the dude? And she's just dry. Does he not get to have any kids? Well, she got to be turned on at least. Wait a minute. Does he got to turn her on? Does he got to perform foreplay to turn her on so her juices are flowing?
Who wife is okay with this?
Well,
that's what I want to know.
It doesn't take much for women, unless, she's in pain. I don't think she would be, would get excited. But if, you know what it is, if he does things to excite her, then she's going to get excited.
Okay, I'm gonna be a little blasphemous, but maybe her vagina is like the oil where it just keep replenishing the stuff.
Hey, Lucy.
Never stops flowing until a certain time when her anointing is over with.
Hey y'all, what's going on?
Hey, Lucy. How are you?
I want to know who the wives are that's falling for this and that's okay with this.
The same woman, falling for the other one, probably.
That chick lying asshole, man. That's that whore they talk about in the Bible, man. Jezebel. What's the other whore?
Jezebel. There you go.
Shoot, it takes one unknown person carrying AIDS, and that whole community is in have a AIDS increase. Because someone believe you can cure AIDS by having sex with a virgin.
These pastors over here be doing a whole bunch of crazy ass shit, man. She tripping. The wives are tripping if they let their husbands do that crap.
Have you heard about that, Lucy?
No, I ain't hear about that. If a female pastor tried that in Ghana, they would arrest her. She would go to jail. Ghana ain't playing that shit.
Yeah, I was about to say she sounds like a prostitute, to be completely honest with you.
Absolutely. That's why I said if there's a special tithe, you have to pay to get 120 seconds with pastor in her vagina. it don't seem like, you know, anybody would be able to get that privilege, you know,
And
or
then
is
my
it
thing
being
is like they're promoting it, but would they be okay with the dude going around talking about he got an anointed penis or whatever? Like, no, I'm good. No.
I don't think it was a dude that was a male pastor that was doing that, but in Ghana they did have a male pastor that was lining the congregation up, and he would go down the line and grab all their private parts, the men too. He would grab the men's private parts, grab the women, grab their breasts, and jiggle them around, putting his feet on women's pregnant stomachs and all this stuff. They locked his ass up. Yep,
wow.
took his
Wow.
ass straight to jail.
As
Well,
they
I think
should, because
that is
it's like,
some
well,
game. Yeah, if she's getting any type of tithe for, you know, offering her vagina to be able to cure infertile men, she's running game on the people and she's full of shit, you know, because your damn vagina is not special that it's going to stop men or give men the ability to be able to have children. And then the men who are coming to sleep with you, you know, where's the proof that they're not able to have children? Where's the medical proof? You know, or is she, you know, getting
right.
substantial medical proof to prove that these men can't have children?
And how we know
What
you
is
ain't
that all
got nothing
about?
while you out here just throwing your? And how we know you ain't got nothing while you out here throwing your coochie all over the place?
Exactly. In the name of the
And
Lord, you know.
does the pastor have a husband? Like, does she have a man that's allowing her to do that crap?
I
Right.
don't know. I mean, not
I don't
from
think so
any of
because
the
I don't know too
research.
many men that be okay with that.
Yeah, she's
Wow.
curing infertility problems. I'm like, is there a special tie? Because she specified 2 minutes. That's 120 seconds.
Unless her husband is her pimp. Hmm.
Yeah, that would sound
Yeah.
more like a pimping type situation. hmm And then where they doing it at? In the back office somewhere? Like behind the pew? Like,
In the
is it
back
during
office.
altar call? They doing it during altar call?
See, I had
Child.
saw that story, but I didn't read deeper into it because I thought it was just that stupid. I was like, okay, I ain't got time today.
Yeah, it sounds a little crazy. And I think that if it ever came to pass that, you know, I encounter something like that in a church, I would be like, I would be pretty,
I would be
pretty
leaving,
surprised. Even yeah,
and
I'd
I
be
was
like, what kind
irritated,
of church is this?
and I got
And
irritated
how is
because
she
I'm just
giving
like, why are
vagina
you?
as a blessing? Yeah,
Well, that, but
your
it's just
vagina
like,
is a
how are you grown ass people just walking around believing any and everything that somebody tells you? Like, y'all ain't gonna look further into this or something like that?
yeah, I'm not dealing with that. Not at all.
Don, you about to go cook you
That's
some grits,
crazy.
eggs, and sausage? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what to say to that. I think I was like half asleep when I read it too. I was like, I am too tired for this. I just logged off and went back to sleep.
Did she
Well,
get
that's when
busted or anything, or is she required to practice social distancing right now? Because then her whole scam ain't working till this Rona over.
shoot, I'm sure at this time she probably is required to practice safe distancing, talking about your vagina and your juices being able to cure infertile men of you know infertility. It's like,
Right.
child, come on with it.
And you
That's
don't
some crazy.
and you don't even know for sure if these men are actually infertile. Like they could just be telling you that.
Thank you. That was my point.
Like you ain't getting
These
no
men could just be
you ain't
telling
getting
you
no
that
doctor's
just
report.
so they could just be, jumping up and down on pastor. Say I got some of that. It's like, come on. No, thank you.
Right. No, I didn't really. But I get irritated with grown people just believing anything that people tell them. It's like, why is she all over the news? This is stupid.
But you know what? She has parishioners. Somebody's listening to her. And guess what? Somebody's actually giving her some money, or whatever. Auntie,
Well, she
soon that
ain't getting
vagina
my
of hers is
money.
going to have COVID-19. Yeah,
You better off
I
donating.
wouldn't be doing that.
You better off giving your money. You better off giving your money to Umar at this point.
Wow.
Now, how do I know she doesn't have anything? Like, ain't nobody getting no STD test. Like, y'all just going out here just. Okay. I can't deal.
Dildos are infertile. Do they count? I'm not sure.
That's so bad.
If they're infertile, then they're working against the system, I would think. So I don't know. That's crazy.
That's a good question, Skinny Boy. What if she get pregnant? Then what? Like, do they just know it works?
Well, that would be the holy grail baby that's going to get the anointed child support every month.
But then that wouldn't even really prove anything because you don't know if the man was infertile to begin with.
It would definitely get her more parishioners because they'd be like, oh my gosh, he was infertile, but he got her pregnant. So it worked.
And I would be sitting right here like, y'all motherfuckers are stupid.
It's just testimony. That's what it is. It becomes testimony.
Oh, okay. I hear you. The salad is so good.
I'm just telling you, it becomes testimony.
She ain't getting my money. I know that much.
So she's a Jezebel for God. For God.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Man, she going straight to the
She's
hell.
definitely Jezebel.
Hey, what we're gonna be calling her? She calling her a Babylon. She be calling her a Babylonian whore.
That's it. Yep. That's it. Yep.
Yep. She's all that.
And the Bible speaks directly against women like her. And there she is, false prophet up in the church. Mm-hmm. So I'm
more annoyed with the people that's actually flocking to her because it's like, it's one thing for somebody to sit there and just tell you something, but for y'all to just sit there and follow her like this shit don't sound dumb as hell is another.
That's why these pastors be telling their congregation.
And they're okay with that.
That's why these pastors be telling their congregations, like, give me all your money so I can get to heaven. I'm gonna go to heaven. And
how are we supposed to know when you get there?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I need y'all to buy me a plane ticket so I can get to heaven. And actually, I need a private jet. And the only way I can get there is through a private jet. So I need all y'all donations. To help me get.
Right, it's like, so you ain't got to die like everybody else. You special for some reason.
Yeah, man. Look, I could just get a private jet. That's all I need, and then I can get to heaven. I can talk to God for y'all, let them know what the business is, and then come back and let y'all know what's going on. So I need y'all donations. This is outside of tithes and offerings. This is special donations. And anybody that want a seat, that want to come with me, you know what I'm saying, it's about 10. I'm gonna take 10 grand a seat. Yeah, 10 grand a seat. If it's a white church,
Max,
it's $100,000 a seat.
That's why my money stay in my damn pocket.
Oh man.
Max says, what if the guy is too small? Is it one size fits all? Now, Max, if he's too small, it's not one size fits all.
Max needs to go to bed. He's tired.
It just means he's asked out and he needs to grow up.
Vonda, you're funny.
Huh?
Any boy said, what if he nuts before the 2 minutes? Will he still be cured?
Damn, well, hell, that wasn't even worth the prayer. She could before that fool could, get his load off. I guess that's the whole 2 minutes. That's a waste of time.
So damn dumb. And her body count is going up and up and up.
Damn
I was thinking about that too, Asia. Her body count. Like how many notches she got in her belt? Damn. All them pins in there. She got to have a ferocious case of BV. I know that.
Right.
Just she ain't putting no condom on. She ain't putting no condom on because it ain't gonna work with the condom on, right?
And then what if it doesn't work? Then what?
It's no refund. All sales are final.
Yeah.
She got BV and yeast. I don't care what nobody say. She damn sure got BV.
Right. Like I'm annoyed. Like I really can't do stupidity. I really and truly can't.
She probably just tell them that's some Jesus cream or something, but that's BV. That's fucking BV. That's baby.
Ew.
Jesus cream.
Yeah. Yeah.
They be like, what's all this chunky white shit? Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's Jesus cream. It's good for you.
That sounds like it sounds like it stinks. Oh no.
That's disgusting.
That sounds like it has an old door before.
That is disgusting. Ew. Cat just tangy.
Oh no.
Oh,
no, that's
man.
not.
Yeah, why she just can't throw holy water on them? You know what I'm saying? Why she got to do all that? She could just throw she put some holy water on her hands and like jiggle his balls or something. Something like that. Pray on the jobs.
I want to know how this is supposed to work because it's just like you don't know anything going in. Like her church is basically a brothel.
Yeah. Well, that's if she's charging a tithe. They have to have a or $500. I don't know how high priced of a pastor she is, but to come in because you body in there off the streets in the church. Oh, I want to, I'm infertile. Did they bring a paper that's all? Did they just say they were infertile? Did they pay $100 security deposit or what? What was up with that?
So they're paying and screwing her. So she's basically running the best little whorehouse in Nigeria or wherever it is that she is. And then my thing is like, why is your vag the only the only vag that can do this? I'm confused.
Okay, well, K Black C Supreme says, I think we're missing the point. I think these people are coming from a spiritual level beyond the surface level sex part of it, but I could be wrong.
I don't know what to tell you on that. I just know this nasty.
I know one thing, 100 US dollars is over 36,000 naira. So what she charging, what, 50,000 naira? Because 36,000 naira, 700 is 100 US dollars. Like, that's crazy. They bringing mad dough up
Wow.
in there, Yep, because 1 US dollar is 367 naira. Mm-hmm. She in that
I just
bank up
know
in
that's
there.
disgusting.
Yeah,
I just know that's disgusting. She need to go to a doctor.
she's spreading that shit all over that. All them women gonna end up getting BV because their husbands going in there with her.
I need to meet the wives who are okay with this. Like, do the wives even know that they're going down there?
Child, the things these people do for Jesus, thinking they so brainwashed with the church. Like, I thought we was bad in the States with the whole religious thing. No, it's worse over here.
Yeah, because what is you sitting there doing all this thinking these dudes are like infertile or something like that, and then they show up with like a gang of kids or something. They wife and a gang of kids.
But other than Bill Gates, how does a African person become infertile anyway? That don't happen to us. So that's a scam in itself. Like, unless they got vaccinated as a child.
African, right?
Yeah, so how the hell is they infertile, and how do they know what type of fertility treatment, what center did they go to in Nigeria? Now I know they got them in Kenya because they've been sterilizing the women over there for over a decade. So I know they got fertility clinics in Kenya, but Nigeria, yeah, she running a whole scam, multiple scams all caught up in that. Man, it's early morning over here. They get rowdy in the morning. They up.
Wow, that's sad.
I want to see a picture of her. I want to see what she look like. I'm gonna have to Google this shit.
I forgot how she looked. I can't even remember if she was pretty or not because I was like half asleep, and the Lord was telling me it's too early for this. Go back to sleep. So back to sleep I went.
All right. All right.
Vonda,
Khadijah, yes.
I want to go on a date. Like, I'm so bored. I've been so bored since all of this stuff started happening.
Well, you know what? Since I've been off work and I've been in the house, it has been very boring, and I have been the most unproductive person that you could ever imagine. There is so much that I could have done, but I I just haven't done it. And thinking about this and thinking that it can go on for another, couple of months, before it dies down. And then, eventually it's going to start back up. September, anywhere between September and November, it's going to start back up. But this is crazy because we are so restricted in our lifestyles. You go outside, there's nobody outside, very, limited amount of traffic. You go into the stores, the parking lots are, pretty empty, you know.
Yeah, I'm not used to
It's
Georgia
crazy.
being this dead. Like, I just am so not used to
And
Georgia
you have
being
no
this dead.
choice.
Like, normally I'm because
I
like
just dropped the
normally I'm
link.
sitting here complaining about. Normally I'm sitting here complaining about the traffic and stuff like that. But like now it's just like there's nothing to complain about. And then my whole just normal schedule has just been thrown off and just ugh. And like I had like a issue with insomnia earlier this week because it's just like I've had to change my whole sleeping schedule around. So now I'm mainly sleeping during the day and like I work at night, and so just like I literally cannot deal. And it's like I have homework and stuff to keep me occupied and carrying on, but it's just like I don't want to sit in the house and do home. Like sitting in the house because you just want to, and then sitting in the house because you have to, are two completely different things.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm getting a little bit of cabin fever, I think.
Well, I went outside a little bit today. I went and got me some salad, went to the store to get some things, and it was nice being outside. The kids went back home to their mom, so I'm like, okay, well, they're not here. So, and I told them, I'm like, I don't even know if you guys can come back because I don't know who you guys are about to be around and what you're about to be doing. And come back over here with your little vermin and, infect me and my mom. I'm like, I don't know. So, I mean, this is so real, until it gets better. But it's not going to be until the weather is a little bit warmer that it's going to get better.
It's been
That's just
feeling
going to
really
give us
good
a false
outside
sense of
lately, so
yeah,
I'm hoping
it's
like
just
it
going to
starts
give us
warming up more and more.
yeah, it will.
But yeah,
It will.
this is actually kind
Well,
of
Kanisha, you
depressing.
got plenty of time to do your hair.
My hair's already done.
Oh, so you sitting in the house fly. That's why you want to go somewhere.
Yeah, like I got like
She just
all these
did it.
cute dresses and all these cute heels that I can't even wear. Like my makeup is just sitting here collecting dust and carrying on.
I guess that's
Like
why
I just,
everybody on TikTok. Everybody getting cute and getting on TikTok.
well, I ain't finna do all of that because it's like, like I need some regular human interaction. And then one of my jobs is closed temporarily until like they get this whole thing sorted out because like here they can't even do like regular restaurant dining and stuff like that. Like everything is either carry out or like DoorDash or something like that. So we've been forced to stay. I mean, we're not on lockdown or anything just yet, but like I mean, it doesn't really make much sense to go anywhere because it's just like you can't do shit.
Yeah,
I know
nothing's open.
DoorDash is killing it right now. I know them DoorDashers is making some bank right now.
Yeah, you make. I mean, I do it just to get out the house, and you make some pretty good money. But it's just like, look,
Mm,
I would just say that I am ready for this to blow over. Like I
yeah,
wanna, yeah, I wanna get out and see some people and stuff. Like I'm used to like Atlanta being all like lively and jumping and stuff like that. It's a ghost town.
I can't even imagine
Yep.
that Atlanta being a ghost town with all them people
I
that's
couldn't
all
either. I couldn't either. They had to send all the kids home from like my school. They had to send all the kids home. Like the people had to go home early. They kicked them out of their dorms and stuff like that. And I was like, well, this is where staying at home comes in handy. But I felt so bad for them. And like they done switched everything to online classes. They done like cut our hours a little bit at the hospital because I mean, like we've been getting pretty decent hours, and like I don't have a problem with the 12-hour shifts and stuff like that. But like, it's just been crazy.
I can't imagine.
So I can't wait for this to just blow over or be over or something like that. Cause I'm ready to go back to my regularly scheduled program.
I know, me too. the way it looks right now with my schedule, I'm not scheduled to go back to work until April 15th. And I said, look, if you guys don't call me and let me know anything going to be here, I will be clocking in and working a full 8-hour shift because nobody's about to be playing with y'all. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
see,
off for now.
that's what they told us. They said that because like we have very little cases. I work in sterile processing, so we don't really have a whole lot of cases, which I think is weird. Like I thought it would be a lot busier with this whole thing going on, but apparently not. But
Mm-hmm.
and she said once this blows over, we're gonna be like hella busy. So yeah, I'm still about to be tired either way. Because it's like it's a bunch of cases and stuff and a bunch of operations that the doctors had to do that got backed up because of this. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so we're gonna have to catch up on all of that stuff. And then we work directly with the OR, and so like they've also been sending us to different sections of the hospital who need like the extra help and stuff like that. So there's that. But yeah,
Well,
this
it's
is
crazy, and
also
I know
weird
it's
to
gonna.
me.
Yeah, it's gonna be like this for the next couple months until the weather, warms up, and then, because this is a cold weather virus, it's not going to be until next season, next flu season, as a matter of fact, that it's going to get crazy. But
I
yeah,
might end up having to
what I would
I might end up having to find me a work from home job because I know they're gonna probably try to get us to take that flu shot and stuff for them. And I don't want to take it.
Well, that's what they're going to probably require of most of the healthcare professionals. It's going to be required that you and first responders, anybody in public health and safety type field, they're going to require you to take the vaccine because you're going to be the population that's going to come into contact with, people the most. Police officers, EMTs, doctors, you know, schools,
Hmm.
children going to school, public school gonna need to do it, teachers. Yeah, all of that. Most definitely. I definitely believe that, you know. I think things as we see it now is gonna be forever change. It's gonna be different, you know.
Um, Skinny boy, we have like because I don't work directly with the patients. I work like with the OR. So like like we basically put their cases together and stuff and send it up to them. So we're not working directly with the patients. So we have we have gloves and hand sanitizer and like sanitizing wipes and stuff like that. But we don't really have anything outside of that because we're not really coming into contact with anybody, which I'm happy about, to be completely honest.
Okay, so now what I would like to do is we are going to bring a close to the show. We've gone through all of the topics and it's been a doozy for tonight. I want to send a shout out to the chat, and I want to say shout out to Skinny Boy, K, Fahim, Divine, Don Cato, K Black Seed Supreme, of course, Max from the Ebony Star Network, The Dark Knight, Black Knight, and Peace, Love, and Lucy came up to the panel. We appreciate you coming through, sis. We know you're out there in Ghana doing your thing, and we love to have you here and to hear what's going on out there. Because things are so different, out there than here, and we love to hear, about all of that.
I need you to send me one of them
I just
men.
Don Cato, thank you for coming through for Ladies Night and showing your support. We want to thank everybody for coming through. And T. Emmanuel Briggs. You guys, very lively topic tonight. We had a lot going on tonight, and and it wouldn't have been able to go off without you guys being here. I want to thank everybody for coming through, and I just want you guys to be on the lookout. The Ebony Star Network is going to have a lot of things going on. I'm going to be doing a little show with Jay Shine. It's going to be called The Soul Perspective. Our First Lady Neek of the Earthen Nation, she's also going to be doing a show with Cerulean Gray of the Gray Regime. Dame is going to be doing her Quiet Drive, Ladies Edition. You know, we have a lot of things going on for the Ebony Star Network, and we, you know, hope that everybody is, you know, going to be able to come through and see what's going on. You know, we like to, you know, change it up and keep it, you know, different for you guys. You know, and we owe that all to Maximum Black. He is the Black Knight over here at Ebony Star Network. He is the one that's made it possible, you know, for us to have this space for the ladies to come together and have our ladies' night. You know, we have, you know, Peace, Love, and Lucy here, you know, Khadijah Hunter, the wonderful lady Dame Frankie. And, you know, it's been a great night. And, you know, I'd like for each of the ladies to, you know, give a closing statement if you'd like. And, you know, let us know how you guys feel. So Khadijah, Lucy, Dame, you guys want to give a closing statement, and we'll be closing things out.
It's a pleasure to be here as always. I have fun on these panels, and I look forward to next Saturday night.
Yeah, I have fun hanging with y'all. Oh, sorry. I thought she was done.
Yeah,
can I go now?
Yep.
Oh, well, yeah, I have fun hanging out with you guys. It's fun because I ain't got nothing else to do, and I'm out of school. And I said once I have a little free time, I'd start come hanging out with you guys again. So here I am, and you know, it's been fun.
And you know what, Khadijah, I really appreciate you coming through, because I know that, you know, in the meantime, in between time, you do study a lot. You have your classes, and you're also working anywhere from 1 to 2 jobs. So when you're able to come through and share a little bit of ladies' night with us, I really appreciate it. It just lets me know that, you know, this is a relaxing spot for you where you feel you can just let your hair down and, you know, do a little bit and just relax. And that's cool. I appreciate that, having you here.
No problem.
Yes.
Don Cato's at ATL Airport, I think. So I got to go pick him up. Don, I'm coming.
All right, Don, be ready. She'll be right there to get you. But like I say, I want to thank everybody.
Me and my handcuffs.
Your fuzzy ones, because he doesn't like anything harsh. But like I said, I just want to thank everybody for coming out to Ladies' Night. And also, I want to give a shout out and salute to the Black Knight, Maximum Black, for making this possible for us. And I appreciate you guys, Emmanuel Briggs, Fahim Divine, Don Cato, K Black Seed Supreme. Thank you guys so much. And T, what's up, sis? I really appreciate you guys coming through. And guess what? We will see you next week at Ladies' Night. So show up and be there, okay?
Peace.
Peace and hair grease. We'll see you guys next Saturday.
Bye, everyone.
Oh, yeah. But now. Oh yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh yes, it's ladies' night. Oh what a night. Oh what a night. Oh yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh yes, it's ladies' night. Oh what a night. On disco lights, your name will be seen. You can fulfill all your dreams. Party here, party there, everywhere. This is your night, baby. You got to be there. So sweet, so fine, you all look so fine. Yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. Romantic lady, single baby, sophisticated mama. Come on, you disco lady. Yeah, stay with me tonight, mom. Yeah. If you hear any noise, it ain't the boys, it's ladies' night. But it's about ladies' night, stepping out ladies' night. But it's about ladies' night, stepping out ladies' night. Yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. On disco lights, your name will be seen. You can fulfill all your dreams. Party here, party there, everywhere. This is your night, baby. You got to be there. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night, tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night,